Okay, I'm gonna freak out who the fuck ever joins first if they hear that. Whoever decides to rewatch this VOD, you're welcome. Hello, future people watching this VOD. Fuck you. I'm just kidding, I love you. Can you go follow me if you haven't? Also, leave me a sub, that'd be great. You should give me like 5 subs, that'd be cool. And then when you do, say, hey, I watched your VOD from, what's today? July 25th. Specifically, that day. And you told me to leave you 5 subs, so I fucking did. And that will be awesome. That will tickle me big. Anyways. That's only to future people. Oh my god, why do I have no power? What do you mean? What do you mean I have no power? The fuck have you guys been doing? Hi, how are you doing? How you doing? How good morning? Where the fuck are my dogs? They're not working. There's nothing being cooked. The fuck? I told myself I was never gonna log out in bases again because this shit happens. Shit gets weird. Beam, 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 I don't know. Okay. Oh, it did. Right. I'm just listening to nothing. I'm just sitting in the quiet. That didn't give me a minute because I'm gonna get it set up. I just Scoochanoid. Scoochanoid. My workshop. With literally fucking nothing going on now because it seems that my pals decided they're just gonna fuck off and do nothing. I ran out of. I don't think so. I'm gonna go directly back to my base. Why? Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go directly back to my base. But, yeah, I don't think anything that I had set up to get going overnight actually went going because I think that my Rayhounds disappeared somehow. And because they disappeared, I didn't have any power, so nothing was happening. Hi, Legacy, how you doing? I was talking about you last night. Mostly I was just talking about new people I met, and you were one of them.
Yeah, I'd love to just go, hello, hello.
Get the fuck to work.
Lab invite sent.
Sure. Gigantic furnace. Bench. Workbench. Workbench. I'm good, I just had some issues on my end. Oh good, I'm glad. I hope that you're having a good day. This is Tristan. You didn't get to meet him yesterday.
Hello.
Quartz,
Well,
sulfur, excellent, stone. There we go. Hopefully that gets things back up and running. I was hoping that all of my metal will be cooked and everything by this morning, but apparently not. Damn it. I'm so mad about that too. Whatever. Oh crap, we're not in a shared thingy.
yes, I sent you the invite.
Legacy says, hello Tristan, nice to meet you.
Hello, nice to meet you too. I am husbando.
Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna get back to my breeding base. Hopefully. When I get there, I will have. Oh! I don't know what it was, but immediately as soon as I come in, it's the like notification that something's fallen. Where'd it go? Why does it say it's 1,000 meters that way? What? Okay, I have two, and one is 1,000 meters away. Why would it show me one that's 1,000 meters away?
What time is it right now? 1:43.
Okay, 1:43. Good to know. Good to know. Wow, what perfect timing actually, because it would fall right now, wouldn't it? But it says there's also one 1,000. I am so confused. That's a glitch on my map. It's gonna be a Selene. It's a Selene.
Start of the day with a Celine. That's amazing.
I know. What a way to start.
Chat enabled.
She has nothing. Bottomless stomach, dainty eater, conceited and ferocious. She does not want Eternal Engine. I have a meteor on my compass now. It's just fixed in the middle. And it says 999 meters. But it doesn't matter where I go. I am the meteor.
Might need a reload.
I know. How you doing?
Stream.
You're the one that go hubby, yeah? Yes, yes.
Yes. I am happy with the band bubble.
Basically, they were here, whatever, but it was like, where's hubby? Where's hubby? 4 a.m. woke up. Aw, nice. It's not 4 a.m. here. It's like 1:30 p.m., whatever time it is. Accurate time, though, like perfect timing. So all I have to do is hit 1:30 p.m., change this to a 1, and the next one's going to be at 4:30 p.m.
Get enough sleep, Dinosaur?
But more likely, it's going to wind up being like way later.
Okay, time to check the base. See what's happened.
There's
since
also
we've
no
been gone.
eggs here. Is there any cake in it? No. Is there any cake in here? Okay. What we got going on? Oh, I see. So we're currently breeding trash. So I need to make a list of all the trash breeding I need to do. Clippy Primo.
Someone has put in a raid against my base.
How?
Your base or my base?
We turned off raids.
We did turn off raids.
Dinosaurs 550 said trash it's rubbish.
No.
We turned off raids. What the fuck? Alright, we need to restart server.
Yeah, some weird things have been going on with this.
Okay. Oops. Alright. Get to a safe space.
I don't know my base. I'll log out.
Ugh, we turned off. Oh, and I totally forgot to set up Spotify too, so I should probably do that. That way we're not sitting in quiet.
Can I ask you a personal question about me and to Tristan?
Yeah, go for it.
Go for it. I hope he can get some more sleep, Donut Shark.
Alright, stop server. And I gotta check the configs because for some reason the shit's not working. Question is, why are you both in rubbish bins? Because we're trash. What does it mean to forget to be human? I don't know.
You're probably suffering from apathy. That's just it.
Not caring. Stop server.
You're incapable somewhere or another from a feeling emotions.
Are you doing okay, Legacy? Stopping. Like my mother says, I forgot to be human, like a people person to someone else to talk to. Another says I forgot to be a human, like a people person to someone else to talk to.
Your mum's saying you're not human because you don't talk to other people?
That's rude.
That is rude. Not everyone has to talk to everyone else.
Yeah, some people just don't like talking to people, and it's fine.
Social anxiety is a thing. That doesn't mean you're not human. I don't need to set up. Well, actually, that's a good thing. Let's see how the servers are doing today. Let's look at the-
Invader enemy. Toggles enemy invaders and bases set on. No, it's off. It's set to off.
Yeah. There's only a couple of official servers with single-digit numbers. Like, most of them have double digits, and a couple of them are full.
I'm
Yeah.
changing the supply drops thing.
You turning supply drops off?
No, I'm turning supply drops up. I'm gonna.
Does that include meteors?
I'm changing it to 90 minutes. Yeah, it says controls the interval for meteorite supply drop spawns in minutes. I'm changing it to 90. I'm just cutting it in half. No, I think 60. Because I was thinking it might be easier to keep track if it's on the hourly. Should I do 60 or 120? Maybe 120.
Its default should be. Is that minutes?
Yeah. Default's 180.
Yeah, cut it by an hour. Yeah, that sounds good.
I don't want it to be too crazy, but like I feel like 3 hours is a lot.
Yeah. So 120 will be 2 hours. Believe it or not, I'm still human. But yeah, obviously you're still human. But forget to talk like normal to other people or strangers like in an interview. You could just have autism or something.
Yeah, that's partially what it. Well, remember how yesterday I told you that I thought that English wasn't your first language? That's what I meant. Like, it's like
The way you talk.
the way you talk also sounds like it sounds like either English isn't your first language or you're autistic, and that's fine. Either way, I don't mind. It takes me a little bit longer to understand what it is you're saying, but I still understand what you're saying. It does sound like you ask a lot of questions there. You should tell us more about yourself. You don't have to always ask questions. Sometimes you could just like tell us what you're up to, you know. So how about autism if I just realized I possibly have got one? It's not bad. It's not bad at all. A lot of people that I know have autism. It's a spectrum. It's a spectrum. So if it's something that, you know, you really care about, sometimes it's great, man, because sometimes People with autism are so freaking cool. They know so much about something so specific. So,
Yeah, like Dino Shark knows every dinosaur.
yeah.
Knows the name of like every dinosaur.
Dino, are you autistic? You don't have to
No,
be
well-
autistic. Also, you don't have to tell me if you are.
No, they were talking about it yesterday with Luke.
Oh, they are autistic?
Yesterday?
Yeah. Yes. Autism is cool sometimes. Don't let the. There are gonna be issues. Like for me, I don't like showing my face because, well, I'm not autistic either. But if I was, like, I have my own shit going on, and for me, my shit is that I don't like showing my face because I don't like people perceiving me. So
Yeah, some people, some cultures, they view any sort of
mental health stuff.
mental health situation, neurodivergency as being lesser than
It's not.
human, but like it's not. It's
You just need to find the right people.
yeah, your brain just is wired differently.
That's all it means. Hika.
Hi, Hika. Oh my god, I'm Winston.
Wiston.
I'm Winston.
Alright, I changed it. Oh, maximum number of players allowed in a guild. This value should be 10 or less. Okay. Weird. 10.
7.
I guess they changed that. Maybe that's why it was being weird because it's set to
Yes, you
20.
wish
It
them
was
luck.
default 20. I didn't change that. Not that
Oh
it
my
freaking
God.
matters. Like, there's only 2 people on this server.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. I have evolved from Wistan to
Let me
Wiston.
see. Maybe there was an update. Let me see. Community announcements.
Anthony, hello. Help her with plushies.
Hold on.
She deserves them.
See if they have an announcement. Patch notes. 15th. No, there's no patch notes. Settings have been saved successfully. I'm gonna go through and look again. Yeah, it wouldn't let me save it with 20 times. Which is not what I wanted anyways. Does Nat know you're here? I'm kidding, you don't have to. She don't have to know. This can be between us. I just
Apparently
love
just,
Nat and want to see her. Where's she at? What hang out with Nat? You have to give me a minute.
Hashtag release the Nat.
You have her
Yeah, we're
kidnapped
just
in your
currently
basement.
doing server things. We're not in the game.
Yeah, basically. So here's the thing that happened. We were sitting there playing the game, and it's like, oh, your base is getting raided, and we're like, why? Because we turned off raids yesterday. So that never should have fucking happened. I'm sorry, server.
Oh, you are currently in an ad break, and it's ending now, so some people might not have heard you. Bam, 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 bam. Okay, he's over now.
To restart the server because of raids.
I'm not sure how much of everything you heard, but
I also wanted to know where Nat was
yeah.
because I love
Like,
her.
I wants to know when that is. Release the Natalie.
I love her.
And we're just doing some server things.
Yeah.
Uh,
Oh, it's the server's updating too. So
is that?
updating. A new update will be installed now. Okay.
There's a new update?
The Natrata thing is updating.
Oh.
I don't know. I don't think there's an update. I looked at the announcements in the
There's some late
Discord. There's
night
no.
Nuggies? Ooh.
There's no update mentioned in the Battle Royale Discord. I always check that if
Okay,
update
yeah.
stuff's
Let us
happening because
only
that's
go.
exactly where they've mentioned it.
123 said well about me. I'm afraid to the deep ocean called thalassophobia, and I'm a gamer who back on my days
What
I
source
spend
did you
all
get,
my money
Hika?
savings on stupid things that's not worth it, and more about me. I'm an
I'm
anime fan who
afraid.
goes through romance and just also have family problems sometimes, but one thing about me is that I made a promise to myself.
Stupid things not worth it, more about me.
We've actually been talking about thalassophobia a lot recently.
We have been.
Because like one, I realized I might have like a light version of that. Somebody else in chat has an issue of the deep ocean. I was talking about how like it gives me like a lot of anxiety. I don't think like I'm necessarily afraid of it. I don't know. But when it comes to like deep ocean and and space. Like, I feel very uncomfortable and anxious and stuff like that, not knowing like perspective and stuff, not knowing which way's up, which way's down. So I get like really stressed out about that and not really having any sense of space, like any sense of like perspective, like not perspective, base, perspective of
Spatial awareness.
spatial awareness. That's the word I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Not having any kind of spatial awareness of like where anything is, where I am. That freaks me out. You're a gamer who back in my day spent all my money on savings on stupid things. It's not worth it. I mean,
There's a lot of financially
yeah, financial.
responsible people in the world. So
Yeah, that doesn't make you not
yeah.
human. I'm an anime fan who goes through romance. Well, that sounds great.
Romance is
Like
wonderful.
hobbies, you know, like I don't see where I'm not seeing yet where you strike me as not human outside of like it might be a little difficult for you to converse, you know, and that's not human. That's just you just don't have practice. with
Aloha,
talking
what
to
is your
people.
head doing in the breeding farm?
Oh,
Why
is
are
it
you
back
through
up?
the pool? It is back up,
Okay.
yeah.
I have to click on it.
Yeah, romance animes are wonderful.
I don't watch a lot of romance animes. I watch some. Oh, they actually did recommend one yesterday called "When the Promised Flower Blooms," and I want to watch that. I pulled it up in a different
Wonder
tab.
what now?
When the Promised Flower Blooms.
Ooh.
They said that they cried like a baby when they watched it, so I want to watch it because you know.
That title sounds I don't think I've watched it, but I think it sounds fun.
I still have it pulled up in another tab. I was gonna talk to you about it and I forgot. It's just there,
Family
so I've
Problem
been trying not to
Solving.
close it.
And
Still says there's a raid approaching.
one thing about me is that I made a promise to myself. What's the promise unless it's a secret? You don't have to say.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna change that sign to say that it'll come at 3:43 p.m. Maybe. I don't know if anything's gonna be fucking working because I definitely turned off raids, but for some reason, like the thing is, I couldn't turn off raids more. Like I looked at the things, and it. Like, what am I supposed to do with that page if it already says raids are turned off? Is it just?
Turn them off harder.
I don't know. The only way I could do that's to kill the people who raid us. It's annoying. I'm gonna turn in this quest.
Pardon me. Raid Moonflower Elites. Oh, this was the raid that was already happening.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna go back to the base and see what happens because I just left. Oh, is it happening?
Yeah, it was already counted down, so
Rage.
so that finally counted down and started. So
Yeah, but it never should have started. But the thing is, it's like even in the configs it says raids are turned off. But it should have
thing
just
is,
stopped.
it's just people, and people are
Hot blowing fire, I guess.
weak and getting destroyed by Yakumo. Go Yakumo, murder. Yeah. This one's an easy raid.
There shouldn't be a raid there at all.
It shouldn't be. I think this one's happening because it already started.
But the thing. Is that a token?
It was a token.
Why is my Relaxosaurus dead? Not Relaxosaurus. Why is my Reptero dead?
Wow, a lot of stuff going on. Oh, about that's why.
happens within these days,
A
and
couple
I
of
try to
pals
use
got
what I love
involved
and to be
that
like
got
childish
damaged
in
in the
whatever I go
distance.
through. I
A
won't back
Lulu
down to
and
things that are bad ever.
the ballet. Chiquipino.
That must have been really strong because my chicken's very powerful.
Yeah, they've been rescued. They will revive shortly. Yeah, the Moonflower Gennins, they do quite a bit of damage. It's just like if they get to things and the Reptira and the Chikipi decided to leave the walls of the base, then okay. So hopefully there shouldn't be anything else that happens.
Guess we'll see. It might take a minute to look into, like, I'm gonna do a little Google search and figure out why my config updates might not be working. Maybe I'm doing something wrong.
I hope you're enjoying your late night Macca's Nuggies, Hiko.
My promise is that I used to watch a movie that I loved and was to promise not to forget who I am, and all the memories of my youth and happiness within me stays, and I try to be who I love and to be like childish, and whatever I go through, I won't back down to things that are bad ever.
It's a fair promise. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, let's get you surgery. Ooh. Do I have a...
Why did I auto sort a key? Excuse me. How did that just happen?
Hard be. Oh. My console feels a bit sore again. That's okay. Oh, yeah. I need to go to the village. Yes, honey? Give me a second. Okay, okay. Okay. And then... Okay. Where is... Why is this not...
Appreciate and thank you for listening and trying to understand who I really am. I don't usually do this unless it's until therapy, but again, many thanks. You're very welcome.
Thank you for the follow, Legacy.
Sure being picked up through my mic. Just make sure.
Marry that girl.
Yeah.
I already did that. Marry that girl. She's my wifey. Oh, is the meteor that was 1,000 meters away on your compass gone now?
Oh yeah, that's gone, thankfully.
Good, good, good. this
Oh,
is
I'm not. I don't know why I was there. I was trying to squish things.
I want to appreciate and thank you for this. Yeah, we're happy to listen and offer what advice we can, but there's certain things that
Yeah, I
we
will. I
can't.
will always. I will be the first to tell you that, like, I will offer whatever advice I can. But if there are things that go beyond my capabilities, I'll always let you know. First and foremost, therapy is amazing.
Yes, yes. We are not a replacement for therapy and professional help.
Yeah.
But we do.
Some people do try and use, not us specifically, but some people try and use streamers as a replacement for therapy, and they should not do that.
And it becomes a lot more common in countries where therapy costs a lot for people to use, not just streamers, but like their friends, just people that they shouldn't be using as therapy as their source of therapy.
You're good.
It is more than fine.
And coming and chatting in situations like this is a great way to practice talking with people and interacting with people.
It is.
But
Um,
my advice, as far as like comes to talking to people, keep it light, keep it casual. You can keep it. It doesn't have to be like super deep all the time. It can just be, "Hey, what are you doing today?" And you just mention, "Hey, I made coffee and a sandwich for breakfast, and I went to class or
mm,
learned how to make bread, or I did nothing. I literally just woke up. I'm staring at the ceiling. Whatever it is you just happened to do that morning, just mention it. So, what did you do today? Specifically, Legacy.
yeah. What have you been up to?
And I don't care how mundane it sounds. That's all it is. It doesn't have to be that deep.
Mundane is perfectly fine. As it is a fantastic enchantment in Dark Souls 2.
Did I get the Reptero crest I wanted? I think I did. I did. Okay. I do have to put more things on it though. Oops. I'm not trying to squish it. I'm trying to give it more course. Na 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 every day like a record I can replay. Play.
Are you singing the song that's playing, or just?
Yes. Oh, I forgot to send you a part. Did I not send you the link?
You did send me a link,
Oh, it doesn't
but
say you're in the jam.
so I've just been listening to just random songs.
Yeah.
I thought I was in the jam.
No. In the morning I went to an interview, did well to be human, and raise my voice. You don't have to say to be human. You could just say you did well. Let's see. Well, in the morning I went to an interview and specific on things like questions they asked. Okay, so that entire sentence, if we're practicing talking to people, I went to an interview and I think it went well. That would have been a good way to word it. Or you could have ended it at, well, in the morning, went to an interview and did well.
Did well. I answered the questions to the best of my ability.
Yeah.
Something.
You don't have to say that's your ability. You could have just said answer their questions. And we'd be like, what was the interview for? Did you get a job? Or was it a job interview? And what was the job for? What kind of stuff are you trying to get into? What kind of professions are you trying to get into?
I do know that it is rather common among not necessarily autism, but just the spectrum in general, and I mean, but everything on the spectrum is a degree of autism.
Yeah.
Too few other than humans, so
Oh, yeah. Okay.
there's definitely some neurodivergency.
Okay. I was just saying, like, I think that you're human. So to me, you don't have to specify.
Yeah. it is human to be
To doubt.
to doubt, to be flawed, to be different.
Not everybody's the same. That'd be boring.
It'd be very robotic if everyone was exactly the same. Very artificial, very fake.
Yeah.
To celebrate your differences. Oh, I wonder if some of your pals are getting stuff under your base.
Maybe. I don't know how. I know that like sometimes this little bird here falls kind of into the ground, and there was a section under here where they were like falling into the ground. But I don't know. In the morning I got an interview. It was very well. The job is just fast food, but it's an opportunity, so I did well. Also went home to eat and relax on the couch watching a TV series. How's that work? That's great. That's a great
Yeah.
sentence.
That's a great sentence.
Why did I make extravagant cakes? Why did I make extravagant cakes?
Yeah, we're more than happy if you want to like practice.
Yeah.
We'll give
Oh
advice.
yeah, mutations. That's gonna be fun.
If you don't want advice, say you're just having a bad day and don't want advice, that's fine.
Yeah, you could be like, look, if you ever like don't want advice, just say, I just want to vent.
Yeah.
Start off anything with, I just want to vent, which means I just want to get everything out. I don't want you to tell me what to do. I don't want you to offer me advice. I just want to talk
I
to
just want to-
somebody.
Yeah. But it is very streamer specific.
Yeah.
Don't just assume every streamer will
Be okay with you venting.
Yeah.
And also, there are going to be some times where I'm not accepting of venting because there's a vibe that's going on. And if the vibe is more lighthearted at that time, then venting isn't always like the best thing to do in streams. A lot of people won't let you vent at all. We have in the Discord. If you have a Discord channel, or if you have a Discord, you could join the Discord, and we have a channel called Tea Talks.
Yeah.
And
You
that
can-
one specifically is used for venting, like talking about the stuff that's like really on your mind that's bothering you, but you might not necessarily. You could be looking for advice, or you just want to get it off your chest. Not gonna lie, I just really want advice. All I could think of. So sorry if it's that way, or it's that way. No. No, you're fine. You're fine right now. Right now is fine. You're just chatting. You're just
Yeah.
letting us know you're not trying to bring everybody down, I don't think. You're not and I don't think anybody who comes into Vent is actively trying to bring anybody down. I don't feel
No.
like you're lowering the mood right now. I think right now you're chatting and we're giving advice on like how can this sentence sound more human. Right now you or sound more not human, but it sounds more natural. Right?
Yeah.
And
Same
because
thing
like I
hap-
said, the way that you talk sometimes seems like English isn't your first language. That's what I meant. And that's why I was talking about you last night. I wanted to let Tristan know. I said he sounds like English isn't his first language, but he is English. So I wanted to let
English
him know
speaking, yeah.
for when you came back because I assumed you would because you seem really nice. You know, but look, today you had an interview and it went well, and then you went and you had food, and then you sat on the couch and watched TV. That's exactly what people come in here to talk about. You're not having a bad day. You're having a pretty decent day. You know,
Sounds like a rather good day.
Yeah.
Nice chill, relax.
sounds good to me. And we just woke up, so our day has been the past 39 minutes.
Literally, we woke up. I think Aiko went to pee. I went to pee. And then we set up stream.
Yep.
That's all that's happened. And then everything else has been streamed.
I did watch a little bit of last night's VOD because I forgot to turn off the stream. That was fun. I wanted to make sure I didn't say anything bad. Turns out apparently I just don't say bad stuff, so I'm perfect.
You usually try to talk your best without being rude ever, and just want to talk like this. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
not being rude at all.
You're not being rude at
It's
all.
good.
Mm-mm.
It's just like how things have.
Nah, how are you doing this morning?
It exactly is like interacting with someone who English isn't their first language,
Yeah.
it's like the way you structure your sentences
Mhm.
is different, and this happens a lot with neurodivergent people as well.
Mhm. Exactly.
Where like they end up needing
A little extra, and that's some people aren't willing to put it through, and that's fine. You just have
some
to,
help.
anytime that you get somewhere and it just doesn't feel like people are accepting of you, understand that those people are just not your people, and that's okay.
Yeah,
Not everybody's going to be your people. You just move on, find some more people. Maybe you'll find people that are your people,
and yeah.
and
Hello,
people that are
Miguna.
willing to
How are you
take the
doing today?
time to figure it out what it is you're saying.
I hear it meowing at our door.
Oh my god, there's a cat! I'm right back.
Yeah. Maybe I was hanging out with mom while she was having toast. Okay, though, just something I'll probably worry about later. Oh no. Echo is having lots of fun right now because she's cuddling a kitty. She's a baby kitty.
Mom, she doesn't know what she's talking about. Mom's being rude.
You need to stop telling you to be human, because you are human. Unless she's a robot or an alien, and in which case, I'm
Does your
sorry.
mother say beep boop occasionally?
No, don't leave me! You're not allowed to leave me.
Echo is now fighting against a kitty leaving.
I'm kidnapping
Yeah, we are doing wonderful. We are doing wonderfully. We are doing great, man. You know. Thank you for asking.
to leave me. I want to love you. Meow at you, bitch.
Meow, bitch.
Fine, leave. Leave. You're such a bitch.
All I can say is practice legacy.
He didn't want me to
Practice
hold
will
him.
help you interact with people.
Where did you go? I think he left. He's like, I'm never coming back here again. He's like, I just came up here to bitch about the fact you haven't been downstairs for dinner in like a week. Where's my chicken? He gets excited about dinner because I go downstairs and give him chicken. He's like, where the fuck have you been? I've been playing Power World. Leave me alone. Oh, and also Yuna. I'm gonna pick one. I will pick Min or I will pick Yuna. Or maybe I will pick Muna. I don't know. Whippa! Anyways, I wanted to tell Min Yuna I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. Except for the fact that I can't run away.
What would you prefer to be called, Min, Yuna?
Muna.
A nickname of any kind?
Anything. Oh, Muna!
Oh.
Muna.
Hi, anything.
Oh no. Oh no.
We are Trash Castle.
I like Min and I like Yuna.
You could just swap it up occasionally.
Muna! It's gonna be like, oh god.
Unfurl over and away.
Shouldn't have said anything.
You. I think she likes Muna. What the heck is going on?
How you doing, Whippa? Love you too. We were talking about you last night. Okay, we're just talking about everybody last night, it seems.
We were gossiping about everyone. We were talking crap about you with her. No, but we were just chatting about the community last
You're
night.
saying that, I don't want to metagame this, so nothing. We were talking about how you're trying to steal my man. I'll try next time that tomorrow. No, my man.
You have another interview. Just try again. So thanks.
Another interview. Let's try again. So thank. No, I've already said this, but I apologize. You do not need to apologize. You're fine. I hope you have a good interview. I have a mutated egg already, but I got twins, so whatever it is, maybe you'll get one too.
Nice.
Unless of course it's a,
Whipper said I'm his man.
I don't know, I saw. He can think what he wants.
Like some people are just
Wrong.
deranged. That's okay.
Sometimes people can be wrong.
I feel like Legacy, the hardest thing you will have to understand is when people are being serious and when people are being when people are joking. Like you might not understand sarcasm,
Yeah.
and that is okay.
Yeah, I'll try and let you know when I'm being sarcastic, because we have another friend who, like, I have to specify sometimes when I'm joking or when I'm being, like,
Yeah.
or whatever. I don't mind doing that. If I remember. If I don't remember,
Yeah.
literally, you could just be like, are you joking or are you serious? And if that's like, I will let you know if I'm joking or serious. I will never be mad for explaining, oh no, I was just kidding. Or, oh, it's just sarcasm or something like that. If you need clarification. I don't know why, but I hate when I apologize. And when someone says it's okay, I just hate it and I don't know why. Well, don't apologize. Oh, you hate when you apologize and when someone says it's okay. I hate it. I don't know why. Then don't apologize. The only thing I could say is don't apologize then. Because
Yeah.
I will just say it's okay because it is. Like, I don't know what.
You have done nothing wrong. You have no need to apologize.
You will hate it if you hate it when people say it's okay. Like, I don't even know if it's okay is the word to say. It's like, it's not so much it's okay. It's more like, you don't need to apologize. You don't need to apologize is what it is that should be said. When we say it's okay, it's more of like, you don't need to apologize.
Yeah, you did nothing wrong. It's fine.
I'm not saying it's okay because you did something wrong and I am forgiving of it. It is okay now or whatever. I am saying you don't need to apologize. Or at least that's my perspective. Higher than a motherfucker. We're higher than a motherfucker. I hope Spotify's been picked up, otherwise this is weird. Hold on, let me make sure OBS has got my Spotify.
Spotify was
It
being
does. Okay,
picked
good. I'm meant to fly and touch
So I'm
the
not sure if anyone's
sky.
watching on YouTube, but hello anyone on YouTube. I know that when I've been checking lately, there's been a couple of people lurking.
The ships I'm meant to fly.
And you don't have to say anything, but I'm just saying hi, YouTube.
Nope, you have to say something now. Say
Oh
hi.
my god, she's trying to have pressure that me to say it.
I'm kidding, you're fine. Also, another thing is that, okay. I'm
Yeah. If we're talking directly to you, Legacy, we will say if we're joking.
Yeah.
When we're talking to other
Mona,
people,
I don't hear the
mean
difference in tones well, and it's caused a few misunderstandings between me and a teacher, and still, to this day, I cry when trying to talk to them about issues. How old are you, Mona?
University, I imagine, because they've talked about work.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Oh, okay, okay. I don't hear the difference in tones well. It's caused a few misunderstandings between me and the teacher, and still to this day, I panicked and cried when trying to talk to them about issues. Yeah, I get that.
Um,
All you can really do is ask about clarification. Because if people aren't willing to, like, let you know, oh, yeah, it was just a joke, because you didn't understand whether that was a joke or not, then, or if you don't understand the tone. I struggle with tones sometimes. You know, like, I listen really hard for upwards and downwards inflections. So,
mhm.
like, okay, so there's a lot of ways you could say, okay, this was a problem with me and my ex a lot too, right? So, if I say, how are you doing? Right? Are you okay? Or something like that. Then there's two ways that can be responded. Like, I'm fine. Or, I'm fine.
The upward
Then
and
there's an upwards inflection. I'm fine. Which is exactly how he would say it all the time. And I'm like, are you asking me? Are you
yeah, that
mad?
last one was a question. The second one could be you're angry.
No, the first one's, I'm fine.
Ah, the first one
The
just
first
really
one's angry. The
the
second
first
one,
one's angry.
then there's, I'm
Is more
fine.
normal.
You know, like, oh, I'm good. I'm fine.
Yeah.
And then there's, I'm fine. As in, stop asking me.
Yeah.
Stop bothering me.
If the fine at the end, it's like a question. It's like, why are you
There is
asking me?
such a there's a reason that there's so many communication problems because you have to listen to these tiny, tiny differences. And the thing is sometimes you're wondering, is it a cultural thing? Is it a, is
Are they
it,
purposely being
are they
rude?
purposely being rude? Am I perceiving this wrong? Is it, is it just my paranoia that's making me think that they're angry and they're really not? You know, there's so many things that go into it. Asking is
Yeah.
literally, a lot of the times, the only thing you really can do. Otherwise, you're just kind of going with the vibe, going with the flow. And that's if you care. Because a lot of people won't ask because they're like, I don't even care. They said they're fine, they're fine. You know? So I don't need to delve into it further. If they're lying to me, then they're fucking liars. And honestly, that's also a weirdly good way to think about it.
Yeah, thank you both for the talk and very much for the said love the talk. Most of you guys are talking through this with me, but I want to go now to get some sleep.
And think
I need to
over it
think
and
this
try to.
over and I'll try not or no longer apologize for things like this. So thank you all. Yeah, have a good night,
Have a good
Legacy.
night, Legacy. It was nice seeing you. Hope to see you again later. Get some good sleep.
I definitely relate to the over apologizing.
Yep, same.
I am an over apologizer as well.
I am a
And
recovering over apologizer.
it's things we can relate to.
Yeah.
We understand.
I used to be really, really bad about it. I stopped. I think I've gotten a lot better since I started therapy.
Mm-hmm. Therapy is great for learning about yourself.
And then there's also like, I have BPD, so sometimes I'd apologize because I know I can be a bitch sometimes, right? But the thing is like, I'm at the point now. It's like I'm gonna stop trying to apologize for being myself because
No need to apologize.
the
for being
people
you.
who don't care, the people who are going to be your friends anyways, regardless, those are the people that matter. Okay? If people are going to be mad at you because, whatever. Like, if I sat there and I yelled at Tristan for something and then found out that I was wrong about whatever it was, that's a good time to apologize.
Mm-hmm.
You know? But, like there was let's see. I was in a high pressure situation yesterday and I was like, Tristan, can you come here and give me some balls, help me catch this thing, right? And he's like, yeah, just give me a minute, right? And I knew what he was doing. He was looking at stats of PAL, and I was like, no, now, you know. And I was getting picky. I was getting
I didn't realize
irritable,
how urgent the situation
you
was.
know. And I was like, I wound up apologizing to him later, and I was like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get nitpicky. I was just in a high pressure situation,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and it made me more irritable than usual. Never
Yeah.
apologize for your usual. Like, I apologize because I knew I would not have reacted like that or said words like that. I wouldn't have said things to him like that under normal circumstances.
Yeah.
I was at the time really
And
stressed out, so I apologized for it. But don't apologize for your normal. And if your normal is just over explaining or whatever, I tend to
People are
over-explain
more
all the
than
time.
welcome to help use this space to as a place to
Yeah.
learn the ins and outs of English. We're wanting to learn like Japanese at some
Yeah,
point.
and I really hope somebody explains some of the ins and outs of me because
Yeah.
I'm gonna fuck that up a lot. So much, in fact, that I've decided I'm gonna use "neh" at the end of every sentence. Neh.
Nah,
That's
thank
gonna
you.
be my vocal tick to sound cute and to make sure that nobody is ever misconstrued and I don't offend people. I just
Yeah.
constantly say "nah" at the end, and if somebody's eventually gonna be like, you know what? You don't need to say "nah." We don't think you're rude, and I'm gonna be like, but it sounds cute. And they're gonna be like, no, you sound stupid. And I'm gonna be like, I guess I'm stupid then.
Learning is fun. We love learning.
Learning's
Um,
super fun.
but I definitely understand the tonal thing that you sometimes struggle with in Una. It's like especially with like Asian-based languages, the tone matters a lot. But in English, it's like
It matters still.
it matters, but
Sometimes it
in a different way. It doesn't change the meaning of the word. It just changes the intent behind it.
yeah. I'm fine, I'm fine, I'm fine. All mean I'm fine. But are you lying?
And some people are good at faking
Yeah, that's true too.
their feelings. Yeah. If you are worried about or wanting to get some advice about English stuff, we aren't professionals in this.
I've spoken English my whole life.
We are
However, there will be some arguing. For instance, if you ask us about spelling of certain words that may be spelled differently in different countries, like the word enroll
yes, there are differences between British English and American
or
English.
the word
So
cozy
spelling of things can change.
or the letter Z.
I'm not sure what country you're in Una, so there could be some cultural concepts
Mona,
that
where are you from?
we don't understand. Well, that could differ. Like Australia is a very sarcastic culture.
America, see? I will know. See, Muna knows it as Z. Muna will agree with me. Waha!
It's Z, not Z. But yeah, we are more than happy to
You also have a
help
British
you
cousin. You
understand.
know some of the different spellings. Oh, there you go. See?
Nice.
Want these mutated eggs so bad, I keep staring at them. They're looking at me. They're taunting
I
me.
know that some people who learn English in
Oh, they're Anubis. Whoa! These are
in like
weird stats to have on Anubis.
some weird status on movies.
Idiosyncratic. Ranch master.
Ah, yes, put him in the farm.
Vampiric.
Collect his ears.
Fine furs. At least I can carry him around and sell stuff for more. And he's got 2 stars. That's nice. But I got 2 of them, so they both have 2 stars. Wait, can I put them together and put them... Wait. Whoa, they have different passives. Okay, this one has idiosyncratic, ranchmaster, and vampiric. This one has immortality, heart of the immovable king, and vampiric.
Oh,
That one's a good base one.
that one is a good. Um, Immortality not necessary for base, but the other two are fantastic for base.
Yeah.
Oh yes, Lulu. I need.
And I can make him 4 stars by merging him with his brother.
Second one sounds fancy.
And by his brother, I mean her sister. I'm gonna give her a sex change.
Yeah.
This is 2 stars. Is it gonna?
I do know that in some Asian countries, like American English is the default taught in schools, and like the default taught. But then like you can go and learn more formal English, which typically is British English, at like high
Oh
education
no,
level.
it's not. It goes from 2 stars to 3 stars.
Yeah, I think two stars or 3 stars, and I think 3 stars would make a 4 star.
Hmm. Well, that's fine. I now have an Anubis with 7 mining and 7 handiwork and 5 transporting.
Nice.
And he's big.
Big Anubis.
Big girl.
Big noob.
Wait, I got some more Anubises in here. Hold on. There's one. Oh, wait. I want to keep that one because that one I could breed.
Oh, actually, while I'm sitting around waiting for eggs and not knowing what to do, I will just go and run through the, Terraria.
Terraria. Terraria. Alright, I'm trying to think what I need to breed still. I need to take the trash out, but I want to make sure that the Reptiros are done before I do that.
Trash out?
I'm sorry. I need to take the breeding, the Reptiros out that I'm breeding for trash.
Oh my god, she's gonna assassinate some Reptiros.
I need to take them out so I can actually do some proper breeding because I still need to get
Yeah.
the Gloopy Primo. I still need to get... Oh, I did have the Reptiro. I need to breed more Reptiro Chris.
Trash out yesterday.
Yeah,
Like,
I know.
you did the trash yesterday. Although there are still some cans of energy drinks around.
Celestia Noct I still need to get for to get Remarkable Craftsmanship on. So I might work on the Celestia Noct because that's the only thing I don't have going over there right now. And then my Reptiro Crest, I need to work on getting trash in that one too. So Gloopy, I think I'll do the... Oh my god, what is needed to make that fucking workbench?
Let's go.
Not workbench, forge. Coral ingots, I can grind for that. Thermal cores, which I don't remember what it needs for that. Computers, ancient Sid cores. Thermal shit. Thermal. Hold on.
No, yeah, if we ask, but how are you doing today, Minuna? I know you asked us. But how are you?
Therm. Oh, that's easy. I could do thermal cores. Hold on. Coralum, computer, ancient Civ cores. I could do all that. Bruh. I have to work on my Coralum. I have to work on the Coralum, and I will do that today, but only after I start breeding the cryo, after I start breeding the Reptiro Chris for trash. But then I can go start grinding out Coralum. And I could do that, and I can get my ancient furnace. I could do that today. I could do it today.
I'm doing excellent.
I'm excited. Second one sounds
I
fantastic.
am so happy.
Yeah.
Every day I'm so happy because I get to spend it with my wife.
Okay.
Only for you, baby.
I do love
Only
that
gay
man,
for you.
even though he's a little fruity. Oh shit! I might be done with this. I might be done with the Reptiro Chris. Fuck. Pull them out. Pull them out. I can't do anything. No. Okay, they're done. Okay. Reptiro Chris is done. So I'm done.
See if I can't hold on.
I need it. Hey babe, do you need a hyper compressed Reptiro for whatever reason?
I need a what?
You know how compressed Reptiro for whatever reason? Maybe you just need a random 2-star Reptiro.
I mean, I don't have a Reptiro that's compressed at all, so I wouldn't be saying no.
Wait a minute, I gotta get these guys out of here. Get out of here! Stop fucking! You're using up my cake.
Just put them in the ranch. My base is currently full.
Okay.
And I'll come collect them after I'm done.
He's not
with
gonna
this
know
one.
what to do there. The poor guy.
He can be lost. He can have.
I'm
some
gonna
food.
leave him in my thing
Right.
first because I'm still got some more compressing to do. I've got 5, minimum 5 eggs. Yeah, 5 eggs. Oh my god, it's Valerie. She's coming up the stairs. I can hear her. Valerie.
How much is that bag?
Hello, Valerie.
Hi, Mum.
How are you?
Good, how you doing?
I heard Kit was up here. Kit Kat was up here earlier.
She meowed at me, or he meowed at me because I would not let him go. He wanted to be released.
So was your letter your license?
Yeah. I have my license now. This is my mother-in-law. She's the best woman in the world. She's awesome. Okay, I'm done with my Reptiros.
That might go to her head. She'll think she's all powerful.
Muna says hi. She's in the bathroom. Yell at her. Alright, I'm gonna put the Reptiro Crest in there now. So they can get trash fucking. And then while they do that, I can go grind. Do you have what we used last time to drop more things from Ice Pals? Maybe. I don't remember what it was, to be honest.
The... Was it the Hydrolon? No, that's Dark. Maybe? I don't know. Cool, there's a life crystal here again. Damn. No, it wouldn't be you typing too slow. You're actually pretty quick on it. It's just,
Stream delay.
yeah, the stream... Twitch streams always are delayed by a little bit.
She wasn't gonna sit around and wait for people to respond.
She's rude like that.
Yeah, such a bitch. Meow.
That Elvis? Or Kit Kat?
Hello? Who is it? I think Work Slave will actually balance with Demon God. You could still be normal strong. I'm gonna name my Reptiro Hot Stuff, okay? And then whenever the Reptiro, I'm gonna name the Reptiro Chris cool guy.
I love those names.
That way I can keep track. Okay.
Oh,
Name's
they wish I could be cool.
Raiden. So nothing else right now. Okay. I have 2 minutes. I'll go do the thing that I was gonna do in 2 minutes. I'm gonna go do the Coralon thing in 2 minutes. Where do I have to go? I don't even think have I located that island? Is that it? No, it's not that one, is it? Not that one. That one's technically I could get it from there, but that's not the one I was talking about. This is the one. I haven't actually gone there yet.
Yeah.
But 2 minutes. I will go. Let me go ahead and start giving these guys cake. Vegetable cake. Cakey. 17 cake enough, probably. Yeah, probably. Alright, and what is the PAL that makes it to where you drop more ice stuff? I'm gonna ask Mimi. Okay, what is the PAL that makes you drop more ice things so I can get more coral or more from ice pals? So I can get more coral from killing Walaskas. Orsurk, no. Not Orsurk. Not Orsurk. There,
Is
it
it
updated.
ice or is it water for them?
Water? Oh.
I don't remember which one their class had.
is it. Is Alaska considered water or ice in terms of getting more drops? But ice and water, ice to water type. Fingerlip Lux was the one. I remember it now.
It was the Fingerlip Lux, yes.
Do I have that yet? I don't think so. But I can. Oh, we definitely don't have them because we would get them from Bird Island. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and squish the leftover Reptiros, even though I don't need them right now. Actually, another thing too is since I do have that one 4-starred, I can go ahead and whatever's left over, put it in books.
Wow.
What?
Yeah, whenever you kill the Io Cthulhu, it just explodes into... Oh my god, really?
What?
What is that luck in the dungeon?
What?
I looted the N2 chest.
Uh-huh.
I got a legendary Nightglow
Uh-huh.
and a purple Vortex Beater.
What's the Vortex Beater?
The extremely overpowered gun.
I see. I don't even care. I don't even want those
Explosive
weapons.
randomized. I don't.
That duelist is starving. The fuck?
It's basically a homing assault rifle that doesn't need to reload.
I see.
That has explosive bullets. And a 66% chance to recon down.
This
What
bitch having a pocket.
I might make them for completion purposes, but I'm not gonna...
Do I have any spaces here? I do not.
Curious what the Nightglow damage is on the legendary. $100 damage is the base for the Nightglow. Legendary.
I wonder if I could get the same perk from an ice pal since it's also ice.
Maybe.
I'll find out in a minute. I'm trying to compress these guys really quick and then.
Oh, 30 for the house.
Okay. If I can use the Reptiro, if I'll use the Reptiro and swap him out at the workshop, he's got 8, so I only need 2 kindling for him, and then I'll use the rest towards my Petalia Ignises later.
Yes.
That's not bad. I'm gonna have a
Isn't
maxed
bad.
out. I'm gonna have a maxed out Reptiro for fire. Isn't that cool?
That is cool, yeah. That'd be nice.
Where you at, hot stuff?
I'm right here, babe.
I love you.
I love you too, honey.
He's gonna be
Yeah, Mum
way
talking
better
to
than
Josh.
that guy. Huh?
Yeah, Mum talking to, I think, Josh. Stinky bastard. I guess I could go through and then find all like the
Babe, come
legendary-
here.
Oh,
Look at this.
on my way.
In real life. I mean, you just come over here and look at this.
Okay. Oh. Oh wow, that's really fast.
Yeah, this doesn't even work on it right now. Keep that in mind. This is just it.
Dang.
Yeah. That's why he's hot stuff. And it's entirely possible he's working on it, but I don't know where he is.
Well,
I'm also missing one of my electric dogs.
you know,
What the fuck keeps happening here, dude? Where's my electric dog? I'm missing one of my electric dogs. I need to rename them so I can tell who's missing.
do you want to shut the door?
Yeah.
Mum is getting quite loud talking to someone.
Yeah, that's fine. There we go. I'm gonna name them Pikachu and Raichu. Because it's funny. Especially since I'm choosing the ones that don't look anything like Pikachu or Raichu.
They really don't.
But this way I can just tell the difference.
Yeah, and you'll be able to figure out if it's one specific one getting stuck or...
Alright, so let's figure out who we've got. We have here Raichu. So where's Pikachu? Good.
I'll be there.
Do you also see my Blazing anywhere?
No, I have left. I tried checking like under the walls and things, and I couldn't see him, but I'm not there currently.
Gonna put him away.
Only get the fast travel points around the desert that I don't know.
Just sitting
I should
there.
get the is it this one? No. Trying to get the good Palworld interactive map I had yesterday. No, that was one.
Yeah.
Crocodile.
I'm gonna check the Discord and see if anybody says anything about them falling into the ground in certain areas.
Go for these ones.
I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna take a screenshot of this area and I'm gonna post it in the Palworld help section and see if it's a known issue.
Yeah. Smart idea.
Screenshot of this area.
I feel like the Palworld devs would love to know if there's like an area where pals are just disappearing. If there's a base there.
When I leave
It's
this
okay.
area,
You are more than okay
I
to ask a
have
question.
my
Ask
pals
away,
disappear.
Muna.
I have to respawn them from the PAL box when I logged off last night. Auto server. Connected to come back to metal, but I ran out of power, but I ran out of power because my electric buggos disappeared. Occasionally, a random POW will just disappear, even if online and in a different area. Is this a known bug or did I know something? Chords. Let me figure out the chords for there.
Okay, get the chords for your base. Negative 86, 159.
Yeah. Negative 86, normal 159.
I was just curious if either of you knew a good way to keep from worrying about things. Ooh.
That is just practice. That is literally just practice. You have to practice not giving a fuck. Okay, you have to realize that a lot of things are just going to be out of your hands. So you can do everything right and things still go wrong because like there's going to be things that are out of your hands. I'm not going to be saying I'm perfect about not worrying about things. Like I was sitting there yesterday he went to the store and I was like, what if he gets hit by a car? I should have gone with him. You know, that kind of thing. Oh my god, he cooks so fast.
It's very much. It depends on what you're worrying about. Some things that you will just worry. There's no helping it. Like, I love going getting like you. Some worries are helping. Other worries are your mind playing tricks on you. Your mind making you doubt yourself.
Let me check to see if there's
I worry all the time when I submit an assignment for uni that I'm gonna like fail and should I be worrying? No, I'm actually a very good student, but it won't stop me from worrying.
Sometimes you're just going to worry and that's just going to be a thing. Anti-anxiety meds help with that.
Anti-anxiety meds do indeed help with that. Hey, if it's not too personal, what are you worrying about? You don't have to answer if it's something personal and you don't want to talk about it. Mine don't work well. Oh no.
Okay, there's also a form. Okay, I see a form. Bug report. Issue. Other bugs. Details. I'm going to go ahead and just copy what's in here. Oops.
I worry all the time about like interactions with people. I have social anxiety, but I've learned how to worry less.
Compartmentalize. There's also different situations. Like for example, I have this amazing ability to not give a fuck about what service workers think of me.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because I used to work in the service industry and I know they're not going to remember me as soon as they leave. Because that's just how it is. Like, nobody talks about you. Nobody thinks about you. I know because I used to work in that industry, so I know it's not a thing. However, I get more anxious when it comes to random strangers. Because the people that I grew up with and stuff like that are fucking assholes. You know, and I've met people, not my parents, my parents are fine, although sometimes they were a little judgy too, but I would hear them say things like, oh, she shouldn't be wearing shorts like that because she's got cellulite or whatever. Not her, some ex-friends.
I worry about a lot. I'm not sure what I've worried about. Oh, you have a family member like that, don't you? Just a chronic warrior?
My mom.
Yep.
Hello? Hi, baby. You coming back to hang out with us? Okay, I won't hold you this time then.
I won't hold you ransom.
No pal is free from randomly disappearing.
So things that can help is like therapy could help. You figure out things.
Steam, mod usage, never used, play mode, co-op, dedicated server, multiplayer, game version, 1.0.1.1006119 parentheses.
Via
8, 8,
generalized
and
anxiety
9.
and social. Oh, that's a nasty combo.
Contact, Discord, Heart Blossom. I think
Yeah.
that's it, yeah? Put my name on it.
Yeah, man, I see it and like, ooh, yeah. Yeah, that's okay. It might sound a bit weird, but just like, okay, learning to care less is something you can do.
Just takes practice.
It takes a while.
Alright, I submitted the bug.
Nice.
I joined a club and I can't be scared of socializing. I'm not going to sit here and say that I've gotten better about socializing in person. Okay, a lot of my socializing is done online. If you want to do more socializing in person, I don't have a lot of experience with that. Because
I have
me,
done that.
I can do some socializing with people in person, but my spoons run out so fast.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
Yeah,
my
in this
god,
context.
when the duelith is in here, he puts his blocks to the side and just the little ghosty boy gets in the pool.
Oh, that's cute.
He's so happy. I never get to see him happy. He always
In
looks
the
terrified.
context of what Aiko was talking about
Sorry.
with spoons, she means like her her capacity to interact with others. I'm not sure if you've heard the term of like spoons on that before. I have pushed myself. Like I had severe social anxiety. I mean, I still have social anxiety, but it's not as bad. Basically, all I can recommend is facing your anxiety. Don't run away, but don't push yourself too far. There is a limit. Take your time. Take your time. Face your anxiety when you are capable. But don't push it too far, or else it might have a negative effect.
I might not find out today what's going on with those pals, but
Yeah, it might take a little bit. Could take the devs actually.
there's like
Look
that Pal World Help page is zooming, and it's with a bunch of things. It's not just. It's like, how much health does this thing lose if you do that kind of thing. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not bug stuff, and I just submitted a bug report.
Yeah, I feel like a bug report would
And God
be more
knows when I
likely
get
to
that.
get some help.
Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah. Some days you could just wake up and be like, I can't today. I can't do social situations, and those are days where you just don't. You don't push yourself. You just stay safe. Take care of yourself. But other days where you're like, I might be able to, push yourself a little. go that little bit further than you usually do, and
Okay.
it's sort of like building a tolerance to spicy food. Something.
Polaris is the ice pals drop more. Do you have a Polaris?
I do not. I believe we can get a Polaris from the Sky Islands, or maybe.
I'm gonna see if I've even seen a Polaris or a Fingalope Lux. I may have seen a Fingalope Lux yesterday, honestly, and I looked at it, and I think that might have been what I was talking about when I came across that Fingalope.
I might be able to breed a Fangalope Lux, or I might have one from a mutated egg. But yeah, it's just building a tolerance to social situations.
Yeah, I did see I straight up looked at and stood beside and talked about this Fingalope Lux when I sat next to it. I think the regular Fingalope is prettier than the Fingalope Lux. I think I will try and go for the Fingalope Lux. You said you have one?
I might have a Fangalope Lux. I'm going back to check. Currently socializing, wasn't pulling out the door. I used to be in a situation where I couldn't even I couldn't do this if I wanted to. I couldn't stream if I wanted to. I couldn't speak in Discord calls. I couldn't interact. I would have panic attacks the moment I went outside. I've had therapy sessions where the advice was completely useless.
Mm-hmm.
Because it just doesn't work for me.
Mm-hmm.
There will be times when that will happen.
You don't have to do it all the time. It just gets lonely if you don't. Find somebody who doesn't freak you out. I'm not sitting there saying that it has to be a romantic partner. I don't care what your sexuality is. It can be female, it could be male, it could be non-binary, it could be a person. It doesn't matter.
Friend could be
a friend, could be lover. You know, whatever it winds up being. Find that person that doesn't drain you. And be with that person. Talk to them about this kind of stuff, you know? Talk to them about, like, find the person that you can talk to about fucking anything and they don't drain you.
It might take a while to find them. You might not have anyone. I have not. Okay, the Fangalope Lux's territory is all over.
Oh no, I'm fine. I'm trying to catch one right now.
Okay. I don't have one, but I've seen it.
Oh my god, will you please just get in this fucking ball? It's the ultimate ball. You should not be projecting this so many times. You should be lucky. Thank you. It's got nimble. I have a question. Does work suitability improve partner skill, or is that only just stars?
Only stars. Work suitability, partner skills. The stars also increase work suitability, but not vice versa.
What is the chance? Like 40 to 80?
40-80?
I don't remember what the percentage chance of the drops are. Increased drops. For the Fangalope Lux with the water pals.
I think it starts at 40, and I think it might go up to 100.
Okay.
Let me look at the Fangalope Lux. Can I breed the Fangalope? Oh, I can breed the Fangalope Lux. Yeah, 40 to 80. You're right.
Okay.
Fangalope and Azure main. Make the Fangalope Lux.
Well, I have a Fangalope Lux now. I just need to get another one.
Perfect.
And then I can breed them from trash. Because I'm not good. I can make the Coralum. I just want to, like, not go out there and only pick up 2 at a time. Oh, there's another one. Fantastic. Hey, you, get my pocket. I'm sorry, I meant to hit you first. Oh, damn it. Okay, there we go. Now I get it.
I might actually use the Laxosaurus statue now, seeing as, like, I'm level 80.
Okay.
just to help with.
That's fair.
But
I'm only level 78. So.
collect.
Well, I hope an Ultra Spear is good enough because you fucking decided you didn't like my ultimate balls. Oh, that's what you wanted. Okay. The Ultra Ball's what he wanted. Okay, sorry, my bad. I should have known.
Was it bougie?
Apparently. Bougie? Really? I gave him a worse ball.
Oh, oh wait, yeah, you didn't want the ultimate, you wanted ultra.
Yeah.
Is anti-consumerism.
I adore you.
I adore you too.
So, I had to figure out where the fuck my... oh, just down this way. Just letting go. Excuse me, ma'am. I'm only gonna get this one because I have more of a chance of having a breeding pair. Because I didn't check the genders on the other two. And I know that for a fact the other one was male. I don't know what the first one was. Heck. Now I guarantee to have a female. However, they're gonna be really bad. They're gonna be so bad. That one just has glutton. I'm gonna put in like diet lover and all that other stuff so they never eat my food. Oh wait, there's another Fingal Blood. Hold on, let me just go and catch that one. This is saving me some breeding, you know. Maybe I can just... I'll put Philanthropist on it. That'll help out. That's what I should be doing with all pals that I'm breeding is give them Insomnia and Philanthropist and be golden. Oh, that one has Artisan. Nice. Does Artisan increase the amount they fuck? And I only ask 'cause it says work speed, and if I have their work assigned at a breeding station, then that would not be
I
their
was
work.
got to eat dinner. Is now 1 a.m. You'll be back. Take your time. Eat some food. We will be around.
Yeah, we've only
There's-
been streaming for an hour and a half. We'll be here for the next like 15 hours.
Take as long as you need. Does work speed increase what?
Fucking.
I don't know.
Because I do have them assigned to something, you know?
Yeah. Let me check. No,
Okay.
only Philanthropist does.
I'm going to pull the Duelith Nox out for now, because it's not going to take as long to get the Fingalip Lux that I want. And by Duelith Nox, obviously, I mean the Duelith and Sitseer, because that's the breed. That's what I'm getting.
You haven't had a good duelist knock pair come out for breeding?
No, I have. They're the ones that are getting pumped full of whatever, yeah. Now let's get all my Fingalip Luxes together.
I... Request your presence.
I have no presents to give you, sir. No gifts for you.
I have a lucky serpent terror here, and I have no way to catch it. I'm out of balls. They all dropped off.
Okay, a lucky servant here. Where you at?
I am in the desert, by the oasis, from the watchtower to the town.
I don't know how much I could help you, but I will do my best. Do you want me to catch it, or do you want me to give it to you to catch?
I want you to catch it. You can have it. I have no ability to catch it, and if I run away, it'll despawn. I don't care what happens to it. I
Want it to be caught.
wanted it to be good. Oh my god! I just watched. Just watched a Taco blow up a syndicate guy.
Taco.
Taco.
I hear it.
It's right by the water. Wait till we hear my love. I'm right next to it. Get my mom. They're running back to their.
Really? No, I think it was just the glow.
I think it's a job.
Really? You broke out of an ultimate spear? I want
Should be on one.
ultimate he didn't want, but a basic bitch pal spear, that's what he wanted.
Basic bitch pal sphere on 1 health is what he wanted.
Welcome back, Muna. Boots with the fur. The whole blowers within. Now I'm gonna go breed.
Apologize about the request to come and catch it, but we have it now
Oh,
for
that's
whatever
fine.
purposes we
Fine. I just had to figure out. I was trying to figure out which Fengalope I wanted to put Philanthropist on. Wait. Oh, are you kidding me?
What?
I was in the middle of talking to an NPC as random bushy knock come up and killed her. I was talking to her. I'm so sorry.
Murdered.
It's okay, I didn't
God,
have what I
murder.
needed to complete that quest anyways. That was so rude. I was talking to her that she died. That was horrible. What'd you get to eat? What are you eating? I need to know.
Ooh, yeah. Okay.
I've decided this boy Fangalope is gonna be the one I use. Which
Just a
means
small salad. Ooh.
salad, ensalada.
Salads are indeed yummy.
Girl, boy. So these two are gonna be the ones I breed. Wait, I don't want to breed the glutton. I'll breed the nimble one. I'll keep the artisan one. Maybe I'll use it later. I don't know.
We had Portuguese salads. Not yesterday.
Yeah, it
The
was
day
yesterday.
before?
It was yesterday and the day before.
A few years. Yesterday and the day before. Very yummy.
Go in there. I need you guys to give me trash babies. Wait, hold on. I need to give you guys
Wait, yeah.
philanthropist, don't I? Shit.
This one. California girls are unforgettable. Salad is your favorite? Ooh, yummy. So many different kinds of salads you can have.
Therapist. insomnia.
I need to eat more salads. I like salad, I just don't eat enough salads. A good Caesar salad, oh.
Caesar salad feels like such a weird salad to like that much.
It is.
So it's like, ooh, I like cheese and bread and lettuce and chicken. It's like that is
cheese,
the most
bread, lettuce,
basic.
chicken, and a sauce.
A Caesar salad. But it just feels like it's like there's so many things you could put in a salad, and you've chosen like the only vegetable to be lettuce, which has no nutritional value. It's barely a
Yeah.
salad, in my
You can
opinion.
also have like, I think some of them also have cherry tomatoes in it, but it's mostly lettuce.
Alright, go fuck.
Oh my god, you told me to go fuck.
Fuck yourself.
Oh my god. Greek salad is good. Ooh. Oh my god, you got a pre-made street corn salad kit, but I didn't have any corn.
Oh no.
No. Not the corn. Corn's nice in salads.
Corn is
Ooh.
great. There was corn in the salad I had yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
It's fucking
It just
awesome.
adds a nice, like...
You know how I told you I really like the Southwest salads? That's because
Yeah.
they all have corn in them.
They love corn.
Corn in a salad is peak. Is perfect.
A lot of your, like, Mexican salads or like Hispanic salads will have corn in it, and it's amazing. Or beans. Beans are great.
Oh, that's true. You don't understand where they get street corn without the corn. You have to add your own corn to the pre-made street corn salad. It's not street corn if they don't have corn. I gotta provide my own. I'm gonna tell you something. It wasn't street corn. It was canned corn. Okay.
Oh no.
It was cream, and weirdly, it was cream corn.
I just thought of something, my love.
Put cream corn in my street corn salad and sprinkled it with cornbread. I'm sorry, continue. What? What, babe?
Maybe it is street corn, but it's street corn in the sense of you have to get a corn dealer
Oh no.
to illegally source your corn. Get on the street.
Oh, great. I used to eat cream corn just by itself, man. I used to buy cans of cream corn and just open the can and eat it like that. Cream corn's so good. It is not healthy. It is, but it is weirdly delicious. And it's good cold or hot. Just eat some freaking
have
cream
lost-
corn.
Yeah, lost menu. No?
It doesn't matter. Cream corn, delicious.
That's the gist of things. Cream corn delicious. ICO 2026.
Yeah, there's corn and cream corn. Let me see. I want to read the ingredients of cream corn. Hold on, let's see. Del Monte cream corn. Let's see. Street or sweet corn cream style. Okay, here we go. Hold on. Let's find out what's in the ingredients list. Water, corn, modified starch, sugar, salt, and antioxidant. That's what's in it. There's corn.
One of the 4 ingredients.
Sugar's one of the ingredients too.
Probably why it tastes so good.
It's so good.
Well, on street corn salad doesn't mean there is corn.
It's true. Oh, that's true. You're right. You're right. You're right.
Ooh,
Just because
yeah.
it says corn doesn't mean there is corn. I'm going to tell you something. Do you know what there never is in any of my cornbread? Corn. Except for one time. Like there was this, oh my God, I forgot where it was. And I hate it. I hate it because it was so fucking delicious. There was like chunks of corn, like bits of corns and stuff like that in my cornbread. That's the best to me. And I understand that all cornbread means is that there was bread made from corn flour. But cornbread with the chunks of corn. Oh my god, it's so good. You're getting
I began
eaten.
eating and I wasted and then I got good
Nine,
night.
I love you,
Hika.
Hika. Mm.
Don't hit me with a flamethrower, I'm allergic to fire.
Cornbread is
Wiggle.
delicious, I agree.
Cornbread. I don't know if I've had cornbread much.
It's better, like, the thing is like, I feel like it can be hit or miss. There are a lot of people who love cornbread. Anyway, right? But, like, for me, it's like, I need it to be moist because cornbread has a habit of being very dry. So that's why I said whenever there's like actual bits of corn and stuff in it, it actually tastes really fucking good because it winds up maintaining some of that, like, moistness. I'm saying moistness because I don't think juicy and the word bread should be in the same sentence, but it's kind of like that. Dry cornbread, and you don't get it. Yeah, I agree. It makes me cough.
My
I feel like I'm choking.
dry cornbread and Ico is coffee. Confirmed.
But get yourself some. If you have some dried cornbread, you need to make chili.
Yeah, I check on things a lot, but especially cornbread. Oh yeah. Dry breads, definitely check and have that. That is the one thing with croutons. Like if it wasn't like whenever I've ever had Caesar salad, which is a couple of times, and like the croutons aren't covered in the salad dressing, they can be very dry.
Hey, babe.
Yes, honey?
Suppose you have 8 dicks that you're sucking on. How many are you going to be choking on?
All of them because I'm not good at sucking dick. Never done it.
Damn it. Damn it. There's a joke that says, suppose you have number of dicks of how many you choking on. And people will be like, none. And they're like, yeah, because you're so good at it.
I have watched that. You have shown me that.
I got more Anubises. Oh, what the fuck?
I'm gonna see if I can catch this.
What the fuck is this Anubis? Okay, I got an Anubis with Immortality, Ranch Master, Vampiric, and Diamond Body, okay?
Interesting.
I got an Anubis with Babysitter, Eternal Engine, Vampiric, and Diamond Body.
That is a fantastic base pal.
Yep, that
Doesn't matter if it had anything else. It could just be babysitter. You can put anything else,
Yep.
other things on it.
Yep. Well, I have myself a new base pal. If only I had one more slot. Who can I get rid of right now? Okay, look. Okay, I don't need. I can put one of my Patelius Ignises away.
Yeah, well. But yeah.
Like, it was gonna be a lot to do that, but fucking.
That is an option you could do. But fucking.
Shut up. I'm trying to remember what Babysitter does.
The
Egg
hatch rate.
production speed by 30%, incubation by 30% for both.
Both.
Yeah.
Oh.
Get the fuck in here. Alpha Anubis is
All
the
your base
babysitter.
pals with babysitter, they would pop out eggs so quickly.
And it's got 2 stars. If I combine this one with the other Anubis I just hatched. I'm so confused. They all have such good passive. And then combine that with the other one. But what did the other one have that I thought was good? Immortality, Heart of the Immovable King.
Like
I could
espresso
breed them. I could breed the Heart of the Immovable King one with the Babysitter one. But the Babysitter one also has Eternal Engine. Which doesn't really help me.
That is a question for Ica. I'm not a fan of the taste of coffee or espresso or any of that.
I like coffee.
Ica does indeed like coffee.
I could drink black
Have you had espresso?
Not by themselves. Generally, I get a shot of espresso and something.
I am not a coffee drinker. I like my drinks like I like the drinks are like my personality. I like them sweet. Wait, no, that doesn't work. I don't know.
Oh, you think he's sweet.
No, I'm ferocious. I am a hot chocolate or a chai latte guy. I do like other teas, but
I like drama. That's the tea I like. I like sweet tea. I like chai latte.
sweet tea is nice, but I feel like I'm getting diabetes with every sip, which I probably am if I have sweet tea.
I like chai lattes, but I drink them with
Extra drama.
I drink them with no, I don't drink them with shit. I'm good.
You have dirty chais, but
Dirty chai. I put coffee in my tea. Okay,
Your chais are too
confirmed.
dirty.
3 stars equal a 4-star, but I'm not doing that because I want to use this. I like both of them.
Yeah, coffee is just too bitter for me.
You're bitter. You're just bitter because of coffee.
Your older sister used to make tea sweet and have
Maybe
a feeling of
coffee's
veins.
bitter because you said you hate it. I'd be bitter too if you hated me.
I have to like coffee for it to not be bitter, which is true. Got to build a tolerance to it. I've already built a tolerance to spicy food. I don't need another poison to build a tolerance to.
I'm so glad I got
Okay.
babysitter, bro. That's
Wait,
perfect.
I hear butter does too, but I haven't tried. Interesting.
I think the second that he tries like a French vanilla coffee, he will like love it.
Probably. I just like. I don't want to risk a drink I get, because usually you get them at like cafes or something, to be something I don't like and then not have a drink.
Okay, we have now a 1-starred Fingerloop Lux.
A lot of the coffee here is like barista made coffee, so
There's
you have
big
a lot of-
cafe culture here.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, their chai lattes are still made with powder, so that's the downside. Like, I feel like it's cheap when you make tea out of powder.
Yeah.
It's tasty. Don't get me wrong, but it's tasty in the same way McDonald's is tasty. It's like,
If
I
you
know
went
it's not the
to-
highest quality, but it's good.
If you went to like an Indian restaurant and got the chai, that would be made with actual, like it would be an actual brewed chai pot. Yeah, in Australia we got our cafe culture from a lot of Italian immigrants and like Greek immigrants. Just a lot of Mediterranean immigrants brought their cafe culture here, and it's stuck.
Okay, I got a 2-starred Fingerloop. Already better. Already way better.
Yeah, a fun fact about Australia is we have the second highest population of Greek people in the world. The only place with a higher one is Greece.
I feel like the same thing can be said for amount of Indian people here. The only second is fucking India. I don't have a problem. I want to specify, I do not have a problem with Indian people. I am not accustomed.
It is noticeable.
I am not accustomed to their food, and it's everywhere here. So
Yes,
it throws
we
me off.
love Indian food here. I'm not sure actually. Like, there's a lot of Indian groups around everywhere. Everyone here
Is it in the stream? Oh no.
I would not have thought that Indian food was a big thing here. But what I have noticed too is that there are a lot of foods from I guess it depends where you go. There's going to be different foods from different cultures and stuff, and one of the things you don't really see that much unless except for like putting a pineapple on a burger makes it Australian.
Oh, interesting. So, United Arab Emirates is number 2 for Indian people outside of well, number 1 for outside of India.
Okay.
Then Malaysia, then Canada.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
And I think the UK would probably be after that. Yeah, Australia comparatively does not have.
It literally could just be this area.
Yes.
Because you said there are different areas for different things, so we're just in an area with a lot of with a large Indian population.
Australia, with how our government programs are set up, heavily favour cultural groups move into
Same areas.
the same areas with other people from the same culture. It's basically just like access to all the services for people who don't have a high English proficiency. Although Indian people tend to have a relatively high level of English proficiency when they come to Australia.
I still have difficulty understanding some of what they say, not everything. Like I can generally understand what they say, but I have difficulty
Yeah.
because it's an accent that I'm not. Again, it's the same way with the whole I'm not accustomed to Indian food type situation. It's I'm not accustomed to the Indian accent because it's just I wasn't exposed to it growing
Yeah.
up.
It'd be the same thing if we went to like Scotland.
Yeah. It's like I could understand Scottish people because they're speaking English, but there's going to be sometimes where the thick accent is just not something I'm used to. Like I can understand somebody with a Spanish accent, Mexican accent, easy.
I've encountered a few people, but
I can understand a really strong Southern accent really easily.
I sometimes struggle with your grandma, but not as much as people were expecting.
You know. I don't think I ever struggled with your mom. I think my sister struggles with your mom though.
Yeah, to be fair, that's for a parent as well.
Yeah.
My mom definitely has a lot more of a thick Australian accent than I do.
Yeah.
Except in Australian accent wise.
It's just things to learn, you know. Not something I ever really considered. I think the Filipino accent is actually a lot more clear than an Indian accent to me.
It is. The Filipino accent is very, very clear.
Yeah.
The Thai accent is very difficult.
Is it? I don't think I listen to a lot of Thai people. Where's my friend?
But yeah, you will go through different towns and they will be like, here is this cultural group. They are everywhere here because of the way Australian governmental services are set up.
Yeah. Because it'll basically be like, this is an area with a lot of people who you're going to be like used to. You know, and also like there's more like people in the government who will understand what it is you're saying more easily, especially if you don't speak English.
Yeah, like the Centrelink in areas with high populations of Indian people would have a bunch of Indian translators on call or available. Same with like Vietnamese populations, there'll be Vietnamese translators. It's just, it's not forced, but it heavily encourages. A bit weird, but it heavily encourages sort of segregation.
Ew. You're not wrong. Ew.
Mm-hmm.
Ew, Chris. Oh, turns out I actually had a regular Fangalope. It's an alpha. I don't know when I got a fucking alpha Fengalope.
Maybe does it have 2 rainbow passes?
No.
Okay. Might have caught it.
Oh, the
There was a
boss.
Yeah.
Yep, forgot about that.
Yeah, that is a thing with Australia is just like it's not forced, so it's not, you know, quote unquote wrong, but it is like voluntary segregation into cultural groups.
That's weird. I don't think there's a place that Americans live. Well, they might live in Melbourne.
Sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows. Everything that's wonderful is what I feel when we're together.
Welcome in, Espresso Luna. How are you doing today? Hey, look, I've got a pal named after you. It's Luna over here. See? Look, it's you. It's Luna. And she has insomnia, so you know. Well, she doesn't have insomnia. She's nocturnal, so that's how you know she likes the espresso. She likes plenty of espresso. I didn't have to give her that because she's nighttime. She's a night.
So Luna heard us talking about espresso earlier, and I was like, "Yeah, follow."
Exactly.
I don't know if does espresso have like a strong coffee taste? Like I know it's concentrated coffee
Yes.
basically, but is it like a smoother? Like
I need 5 more Fengalopes.
is it like drinking straight cordial?
It's way more better. That's why when you get a shot of espresso, you typically want to mix it with something.
It's usually in a sweet drink.
Yeah.
Or something.
Yeah. Some people will just take that shot though. It's called a red eye. I think a double shot espresso. No, I think it's a triple shot espresso. That's a red eye, or maybe it's 5. I don't know. Alexa, how many shots of espresso are in a red eye? Oh, it's a cold coffee with a shot of espresso. I thought for sure it was like 3 shots of espresso.
Maybe that's just pink eye.
3 shots of espresso would have you way awake. Cold coffee. Oh, maybe it's because you can drink it really fast.
Yeah, maybe. I know very little about coffee. I've had like a mochas before, and they are too strong for me.
Mochas?
Yep.
Wow, that's wild.
Mm-hmm.
Because mochas have like the least amount of coffee taste.
They're supposed to.
And I want another damn mochas again, but the thing is like, they hurt my belly.
I wouldn't be against getting you one, but we're one, and I will heavily encourage you to sip it throughout the day rather than chug it.
Look, it is made to be chugged.
Yes, it is made to be chugged, but maybe it's just the amount you were having, because we would get like the friggin' 2-liter bottle and you'd drink that, or the 1-liter bottle or whatever. Oh, it would have been like the 2-liter. And you just have
I just
that
out
and
of
drink
cake.
that.
No, I'm a cake. Oh, that's my issue. I'm sitting here waiting on the fucking Fingalope Flux to give me eggs, and I can give him no cake. No wonder.
Currently I'm just exploring, but we will be at some point today grinding Moonlord.
I will be grinding the Alaska soon. Oh, I just got 4 eggs. From 1 hit. Because of the double eggs from the vegetable cake and plus my Grintail.
Ooh.
Oh,
nice.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
I will be probably
I need to make more vegetable cakes.
breeding Gelroys soon, and then just
Back to
sailing
eggs. I
around
need
like
my
a
chicken to get
magical
shit.
Gelroy.
Get your shit together, chicken.
Oh my god, the dozen moon. That's lucky.
Oh shit, I should probably also check my Reptera Crest because for all I know, that one could be done.
We have a lot of Turkish people here as well. Like a massive amount of Turkish people. I don't know about the most outside of Turkey. Actually, I don't think so. I'm pretty sure that's somewhere in the Middle East.
Bengaluru. I am 10 Repteros away from being done with my Reptera Crest.
Oh, nice. You're getting close.
Yeah, and I'm done with the Fingerloops now. Get out of there. Stop breeding. Stop breeding. You're done.
I have a fair decent amount of like Chinese people as well. And I've got areas where there's a high population of like Japanese and Korean people. Oh, a Hingy. Does America make most of its money in higher education from international students?
I don't know.
I know that Australia universities would collapse if we didn't have international students. Universities would shut down very quickly if the international students leave. It's why we were so quick to transition to online when COVID hit,
Yeah.
rather than just being like, yeah, semester off.
Alright, I gave this duelith philanthropist because I realized that was smart. And I'm going to give the Seer as soon as I find it. Philanthropist also. Email. I'm not blind. How many times have I passed it?
I'm not going to get into the political side of this because people are very opinionated, but there are quite a few people who are believing in the we used to have like a white Australia policy where basically only people from
Babe, I need your help.
you need my help?
Yeah, come here. In real life.
Oh, real life?
Seer. I have 2 of them. And I don't know where they are.
In a base?
No. Oh. Oh, wait. No.
Let me check the Pelpedia number. Yeah, should be. After Wampo Dawn, before Blazamont. After the Wampo Dawn.
There's no one Boubetons in here.
Then before Blazing Woods.
Oh! I do have one
found
thing
it.
here. Yeah.
Okay, good, good,
I'm
good.
telling you, I'm just fucking blind.
No, probably some weird sorting thing.
No, they were there, and I went through it again, and I still just didn't see them. Jesus. Well, let me take that one, that guy right there. We want to give him philanthropist.
But anyway, continuing what I was saying before. Yeah, I'm not going to get into the political side of things, but Australia used to have a white Australia policy where you could only get approved to immigrate here if you came from basically a UK, or the UK or a UK colony.
Are you saying wide or white?
White, WHITE, the color, the shade. So basically, it was a racist policy. But Australia has always had a high amount of, like during our gold rushes, had a massive amount of Chinese immigrants and just has relied on immigration. We do still have quite a few, especially in country towns, people who say that Australia is for white people. It's like
That is not even true. Like, native Australians are black.
Yeah. That thought basically descends from the white Australia policy.
Hmm.
Like, and the white Australia policy also, like, sort of raised Indigenous
Right.
history and culture and stuff like that. It's
Good.
just like every other former colony, we did not treat the Indigenous people well.
I'm gonna give them 3 cakes and assume that one of them's gonna be. I'm gonna pick it up. Actually, no. I've got enough eggs here, so the Reptiros are done. And then what do I need to get the Gloopy? Well, I'm not gonna worry about the Gloopy Primo right now. I'm gonna worry about the Gloopy Primo. Give me a minute. I'm gonna figure out what I need for Gloopy Primo.
Here somewhere.
Reading calculator. We need a Gloopy Primo. Gloopy Primo is used getting a Valentail and a Gloopy. What do we need for a Gloopy? We can catch a Gloopy, actually. Let's focus on... Let's go catch a Gloopy, first of all. First of all, we need balls, okay? So we're going to go rob Tristan of his materials and make balls at his base. Because...
Raid? Oh my god, we're getting a raid?
Oh! Welcome in, Kit Kat. Oh my god. Kit Kat's raiding me! I'm sorry. I should let you know that Kit Kat is the name of our cat. So, we're being raided by our cat.
Oh my god.
Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Hi, my name is Echo Heartblossom. This is my husband, Tristan Heartblossom, and we are the Heartblossoms. Welcome in. We are currently playing a disgusting amount of Pal World. I don't know if you guys have been, but we assume so. If not, please feel free to correct me. Welcome in. Most of our vibes are crazy vibes. Occasionally do something really random and stupid, and things get a little bit chaotic. We are having a double debut of new VTuber models on August 1st, which is our 1-year wedding anniversary, and then we're following that up with a week-long subathon. Am I missing anything? Other than welcome in. If you need to raid and run, I completely understand. I figure if you are awake enough to be raiding somebody, if you're awake enough to be watching somebody else stream, you're probably awake enough to be streaming yourself. So I completely understand if you need to take a break or if you want to leave a lurk, that'd be completely fine too. So, how was your stream? While I try and find Tristan's base. There it is. I went over it like 3 times, and I was thinking, no, that's my workshop. It's not my workshop.
Yeah,
Stream was
how did your
good,
stream
good,
go?
good. Hope you can catch it.
Good.
Like next month and a half is gonna be crazy for me. I completely understand that. I completely understand that.
Yeah, there's no pressure to attend.
No,
It's
for sure.
just
It's just
like
letting people know because some people really like debuts. Some people will just like I know that there are people who like exclusively just go up.
another like
Are you kidding me? See, this is what I said. I think the setting's broken. I did something wrong. I gotta
yeah.
look it up.
Today is your 2-year anniversary for start stream.
That's
Oh,
amazing. Happy streamversary.
Streamiversary.
Why did I come here? Balls. So I can get a gloopy. So I can get a gloopy. Balls.
Yeah, I'm glad your stream went well. Were you playing Power World? We assume so.
You should set up to make more Paldium fragments, just saying. I got baby shower this weekend and then wedding in August, both for my brother. Ooh. And then BTS beginning of September. Ooh, that sounds awesome.
Oh.
That sounds really fun. Baby shower and the wedding. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, yeah. I didn't know your brother was pregnant. That's great.
I hope I hope he has a swift and safe delivery. Guys. I imagine it's gonna be
Rather painful. I don't.
rather painful.
Where would it come from? Oh God, I don't think about it. It's gonna be like a child who thinks that the baby comes out of the butt. It'll be fine. He'll be good. Baby comes out right out the butt. It'll be fine.
We hope the child comes out your brother's butt.
You better hope so. My sister-in-law's tiny.
Oh my god.
Oh Lord. Oh
Expensive.
no. Let's see. I'm gonna make some hopper spears. No, I'm not. I'm not doing anything because
Yeah,
you don't have any
baby
Paldium.
shower,
Get your pals on your Paldium, okay?
Your August is gonna be very busy.
Very busy.
I hope
August.
you
Well,
I hope you have fun.
Just saying, if you don't have anything going on the 1st of August, you know, all you need is the 1st of August. Really, come see our debut. We just want to show off our new models. We love them, and we've been not suffering. We've been in the trash cans for right now, but whenever I'm using my actual model, it's a surprise rush wedding and baby shower. Ew. I wouldn't know anything about a surprise rush wedding. Absolutely not. Basically, so here's the thing. He came to the United States to visit me. Okay, this is the story, okay? Tristan comes to the United States to visit me, right? And the week that he meets my parents, we had already set up for them to be like, hey, just want to let you know, Friday before we head back home, we want to go out to lunch. So make sure to take some time off of work so that, you know, you can take, so that we can go to lunch together. And they're like, okay, cool. So they all went out. They made sure to request off so that we could all go to lunch together, right?
Not everyone could get off.
Not everyone
but-
can get off to go to lunch, which is unfortunate
bit
because
rough.
it was not lunch. We had prepared to have a courthouse wedding, and we wanted my family to be there, and basically use that week to. You need more pound metal to get, babe. Basically,
No, I'm running low for
surprise
some reason.
wedding for my family, and we were able to get married. That's how we did it. We just told them, like, yeah, make sure you're there, have lunch off. We did go to lunch afterwards, so it wasn't a lie. But we were just like, haha, just kidding, we're
Lunch
getting
was the
married. And they were like, oh, that's great.
To be fair, it's also like sort of good that not everyone
Oh,
could get
yeah.
time off because there was a capacity of 4. But yeah.
Did you guys
we had
tell them? Did you guys tell them all for it? I don't know. Or are you just like, yeah, you should have a great actual wedding? Or you did... Because, like, weddings can happen anytime. I think that weddings are really expensive. And,
Yeah, you could just renew your vows to have a big ceremony.
yeah, we plan on doing that, like, way in the future.
Yeah.
But-
we can't afford it.
Like, my family was at our wedding. We wanted to have something for his family and eventually, way down the road, have a big party where everybody's family, but we're in, like, opposite sides of the world. Your mom wants him to get what he wants.
America,
That's fair.
Australia, with my family. Where is this Munchul effigy, or at least the location of where the Munchul effigy was?
That's fair. That sounds busy, though. Sounds very chaotic. I hope you have a good time. I forgot what I was going to go catch. Gloopy.
But yeah, thank you very much for the raid. If
Yeah.
if you need to run, that's more than encouraged.
What were you
Thank you.
playing? Were you playing Power World?
Yeah. As much as I want to help with this raid, I am busy. We were just chatting. Ooh.
Help with this raid. It's your base.
I know. Much as I want to help my pals with that raid,
Oh, I see.
this Montreal effigy is eluding me. Oh, is it in these trees? It's supposed to be in these trees?
There's the Gleep.
I just need to find the pedestal where it was. Or the effigy itself.
You know what? Fuck, I should have brought my remarkable craftsmanship glue.
Maybe in the right spot.
Oh man, I need to go back because I just realized
I'm not in the right spot.
I could use Bobette the Builder to catch a Gloopy. I totally forgot. Lots of bad singing. Oh, music, trivia, and singing. Oh, I also do bad singing, but I do it while power worlding.
You have a couple of people who have been obsessively playing Power World in your chat. Well, that is what we will be doing.
Yeah,
That is what we have been doing.
that's true.
And we're gonna continue it forever.
It is amazing. We're gonna continue as long as we can. We do not currently see an end to this. Any end is just a new beginning. It sounds really cheesy. It does sound cheesy. That the way I worded it just sounds really cheesy. What I mean is like challenges and stuff like that. We have lots of challenges. So if once one run ends, a new challenge it'll be because we're starting a new challenge.
Gonna go until you burn out? I don't even see burnout happen in the future. It'll basically be like let's play something else when it comes out if we're interested.
Yeah.
But
Possibly though.
this is such an amazing game.
It is amazing. Where's Bobette? Oh, there she is.
You're gonna lurk and get food? I hope you enjoy your food.
Enjoy your food.
Oh my god.
What?
My base move worked. They're coming across the bridge.
Good. At least yours worked.
Maybe.
Okay.
Where's the two? Oh, they are across the bridge and stuff. Did one fall off? Or is he dead?
Let me see. I'm gonna do my chat baby. I
One stuck on the
changed
pillar.
settings for my Nitrata server Power World, but it doesn't look like it's saved. I tried turning off raids. But check. Config files. Configuration profile.
They defeated.
I
I am absolutely fine if the raids happen and they come to me, but I don't get why they are happening in general.
While servers running, settings cannot be changed as Power overrides settings consistently during runtime or shut down with data from its cache. It was shut down at the time. I'm gonna go ahead. Do you mind if I turn it off?
Let me put things away from
This room.
post raid,
Okay, okay.
but yeah, I am more than fine with.
Troto has a long history of power word settings not sticking or being overwritten. I go into Tools, File Browser, PAL, Saved, Config, Linux Server, Power word settings, INI, and confirm the settings actually shown as false. Because if things aren't changing, then nothing's gonna change.
Okay, I am good. I
Okay.
will. Yeah. Move to the Just Chatting stream. Are you hungry?
Yeah.
What time is it? It's 4:08.
Alright.
I'm gonna go ask Mum about dinner stuff.
Okay. I mean, that's like 3 hours away.
Yes.
Actually, it's just like this.
So is it still stopping? Okay. It says it stopped. So I click config file. Go down to, what is it? File browser, PAL. PAL saved. PAL world settings, INI. That's weird. In the files, the word decrease is misspelled. Yeah. Oh, nana but.
Thinking about starting on dinner about now. It's gonna be past, so I'll probably be ready about 5:30.
Okay. Did say that.
Be okay with not a great some of the
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. We did that already. thinks I'm stupid. She's like, you sure it wasn't a predator, pal? I'm like, no, it was 100% raid.
Syndicate raid.
Mhm.
You had a McDowell raid.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hello, Psycho.
Psycho.
We're just, by we, I mean, Aiko, because she has the server control stuff. Just trying to figure out why the raids keep happening on our bases, even though we've set them to be off.
Did that. I don't understand.
Okay, okay, can you get into the Palworld settings.ini?
Yes, that's what I checked both.
Okay, be enable invader enemy equal false.
I'm gonna pull it up via the FTS. I think it's FTS or something. CyberDuck, whatever the fuck that is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
FTP, FTC, FTS, FTLMNOP.
Mm-hmm. The only other thing I can think of is turn it on then off again.
Weirdly, I kind of wonder if that would work.
Yeah, turn it on, load in.
I'm gonna load up CyberDuck anyways, but
Yeah, try the CyberDuck because that might see things differently.
it's
That's what they
FTP.
recommend.
Continue.
FTP. You were right then.
Pal World, Pal, saved, confit note. Save games. Here.
Okay, 25, 26, 27, 28.
Content. Oops.
130. Perfect.
That's the mod. Saved config. Was it PAL? And then what? What's the config? Crash report. Windows server. Okay, Windows server. Power World settings INI.
Yeah, it should be enable invader enemy equal false.
Downloaded it.
Mm-hmm.
Open. Okay. Looking at it here, we see B enable enemy invader enemy false.
Yeah. Okay, so that was it's all correct in the settings, but
Sure. Alright, I'm gonna close the FTP. I'm going to go to general. I'm gonna change the invader enemy to on. Save changes. Check the config files, see if it updated there. In the configs, they spell the word decrease wrong. They spell it D-E-C-R-E-A-C-E.
Oh wow, interesting. In the Pell .ini config.
Yep.
Wow. So that could be affecting things.
I don't
spelling
think
errors?
so. It's not even what I'm affecting. Not even what I'm touching.
Okay.
It is saved in the config. I'm gonna go ahead and start the server.
Yeah.
I'm
this is
not
just the-
logging on.
Yeah, you're starting a server.
Wait till it gets on, and then I'm gonna close it again. She's sorry. New update will be installed now. Top server. General. Turn it to false. Save changes. Now we go check the config files. We make sure it updated over there. I like this as server shutting down, even though it's like already shut down, and I'm in the configs right now.
Maybe it's just like saving, doing some backend stuff. Let me check Pell's store page to see if they've had a.
There's no like word wrap here, so every time I check this, I have to like scroll across because it's all on one line.
Yeah.
These are
You
not
need
the prettiest. This is not the prettiest config.
Usually configs are vertical, but this one decided to be horizontal in one line.
See, it still says enable invader enemy true, so I gotta go back to general. Save changes. Okay. Config files.
yeah, by far Fay Breaks. I'm looking through the interactive map, and yeah, Fay Breaks beaches are where all the Night Star Sand is. There's very little in the desert. And on some of the desert
Where it's meant to be. It's to make it to where it's like still possible for people who don't like want to go there
Yeah.
or whatever.
I found an NPC that handed out a quest to gather Night Star for him, and I was like, oh, cool. Yeah, this is one.
Okay.
Let's go.
It says
Night
it
Star.
is now false. Okay.
Okay.
I am going to start the server. You guys have been here. You guys witnessed us starting and looking and restarting. You see this shit. So if we get a raid, it's not. It ain't my fault.
Yeah, if we get a raid, it is purely the a bug hat somewhere in the. Huh?
Don't scream at me. I think it was Jesse.
Oh.
It might be Jesse.
Ah, it was Jesse. Hello, Jesse.
Jesse!
Thank you for scaring my wife all the time. Keep her on edge.
Keeping me on my toes. Fuck yourself, Jesse. Love you. Fungalope Lux. Where do I mark that? Fungalope Lux. Bengalabi, where are you? Find the Fungalope.
How are you doing, Jesse? Is it morning for you? Probably. Or it could be night.
Alexa, what time is it in the UK? Jesus fuck, what are you doing awake?
Nice early morning. Jesse ready to fight a demon.
Alright, server's currently running.
Okay. Getting back to
If there's a raid still going on, then I guess that's the one that was just...
No, the raid ended.
Oh, did it? Okay, good.
before we did that. You're awake between 6 and 7 a.m. every day. Yeah, I do notice that you tend to get up pretty early.
Okay.
Imagine it's just life stuff, Gremlin Child, maybe.
Okay, I've got Babette the Builder. Oh my god, this is perfect. Everybody's gonna be sleeping. Oh, never mind. The Gloopy's not.
Not the Gloopy.
Damn
I
it,
feel
they
like
all
my
ran
Spotify-
away.
A Montreal. Is it this way? Somewhere.
Furnace keeps fuckface keeper. Fuckface keeper ringing me at 2 a.m. Fuckface keeper.
After the you booked him after that time. I told him to wake me up. Oh my god.
Who's the fuckface keeper? And now I'm blind.
Kept editing. Kept... Awesome. It's a buffet.
I refuse to believe that. I believe it is instead the keeper of fuckfaces.
The wise guardian, the keeper of fuckface.
I think there might be some rubber banding happening.
Maybe?
Got Swift. Wait a minute, what do you mean I got Swift?
A little bit,
It's
yeah.
not on this pal. Is it?
You can
Oh, it
just
does.
randomly get them.
Swift and Remarkable Craftsmanship, right? I'm not rubber banding. I thought some pals were rubber banding. I was trying to catch them.
Ah, okay.
But it could just be that they were teleporting around. Even though I don't think Gloopies do that.
The secret move.
Holy Burst is too slow for these guys. Escape.
Very strong, but very slow attack.
40%. I've been getting really unlucky with these gloopies. Unless, of course, the passive that they're taking is the 3rd and 4th, which is nothing.
You booked him after the 3rd time.
Please.
Like, I genuinely would never call someone.
A fuckface.
No, I'll call everyone a fuckface. I genuinely would never call someone past 8 PM, let alone
Remarkable craftsmanship, finally. Jesus. Okay, cool.
anywhere near midnight or after midnight. Unless it was like work related with like security. Work in security and sometimes had to call people.
Okay, so if we have a gloopy, how do we get to gloopy primo? Well, obviously the Valentail, so we need the Valentail. We don't really care how to get to the Valentail. What?
Epic! Hello!
Epic, welcome in. How you
Thank you for the raid,
doing?
Epic.
Anything was easiest one.
Bum, 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 bum. Banana.
Well, I mean, I guess I do have a green slime and a menacing Terra.
Oh, my Lumia redeem sound isn't working. What? Oh, boo! I don't know if you could hear that. The music.
I'm gonna type in Lulu.
Hello, Epic. Hello, everyone. Welcome in. Welcome in.
Sure. Lulu and
I
Zenovator.
realize
That is the combination.
that is a combination. Yeah, I didn't realize.
Oh, it's Zenovator,
oh,
not Zena. It's Zenovator. Never mind, not Zenogard.
Oh, oh yes.
I don't have one of those. I do have a Mimog though.
I have a couple. But I've been talking shit to Pan. Oh, you're great. You're fine. How was stream?
It'll get lucky. That'd be cool. Could get lucky.
I thought I.
It was DVD. Did you have a good time?
Yeah, did you have a good time? I genuinely thought I was already following you.
Was I not following you? Oh my god, I had to find out. Lulu, there you are. Stay. I need to follow.
Please,
Epic.
Pan and whatever else follow.
Epic.
Epic. Go give Epic follow.
I will
Epic
give
is
it.
cool.
I will give it. Follow. I think. No, follow. There we go. Now works. Yay.
That one.
Oh, you have new friends. Blah.
Also the point of one of the headbutt a wall. Oh no. You are something. Indeed.
It doesn't have to be a perfect gloopy primo right now, but I do at least want it at the base. So, and so I can get rid of the other Valentail. Not Valentail, so I can get rid of the other. You know what I'm saying.
The other, yes. Yes, definitely up.
Ophidia. So many eggs. Love breeding like a disgusting amount of duelith Nox.
I have a massive army of them that are all going to be turned into juice.
Juice in them, baby.
Bum, bum. Okay, where is
We
this?
have cake.
This point in the crevice.
Day, the night.
Morning to you both. Just popping in to say, but you're going back to sleep. Oh, okay. Enjoy your sleep, Brando.
Brando, have good sleep. Sleep us alert.
Enjoy.
Oh no, 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 no. No, no, no. You guys can try, but you do not get 672 cakes.
You're currently in the getting distracted era of Pell World.
What?
It's never happened to Pell World.
What? I did forget actually what we were supposed to be doing. Like, I'm getting the gloopy. Oh, right, okay. So, my goal right now, I'm currently breeding Duelith Nox for trash. I'm currently trying to get a gloopy primo so I can pull the Ophidia out, put a gloopy primo in there. Okay, so I'm getting a gloopy primo first. I don't care about the quality of it because I'm just currently going to be going for trying to get the gloopy primo in general. And then I have to get it set up to try and get the Celestier knocked. That's what I'm trying to do so that I can go out and fucking get... Give me a minute. Oh, Coralum from the Willaskas.
Yes, you want to get all the Coralum.
I need to squish the Reptiros. I think my Reptiro's not fully squished. Okay. But it's close.
It's actually rather surprising is
There. Now my Reptiro is fully squished.
we went live at a similar time as like Pan and Epic and all that started their stream as well.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
great. So we'll
I
never
love-
watch each other because we always are streaming at the same time.
Yeah, as we were setting up, I decided to go and jump over and have a look because I saw that Pan was live and I was like, huh, being alive for 1 minute.
Wow.
I think I've been low.
They got the notification that we went live. Like, no, we have to go live too. Probably. I'm making shit up. I don't know what the fuck.
Could be the other way around. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's what I did.
Yeah.
I saw they went live and I was like, no, I gotta go live too.
A competition.
I'm currently trying to get a Valentail. The Valentail will breed with the Gloopy, and the Gloopy will have, hopefully, the Gloopy will turn into a Gloopy Primo, and then I'll be able to squish all of them, whatever I fucking made so far, into the Gloopy.
One day we'll get to the point where we can we're ending before them and can raid them.
Right?
Yeah.
But I like I like streaming forever.
Streaming forever is fun.
It is so much
If the
fun.
game,
If it's a
the
good game, obviously.
allows. Yeah.
Streaming like a speed running game all day is probably really bad, because that means I'm not doing a good job.
Not necessarily. Some speed runs are literally like intentionally.
I need to find out how much my Coolie Baby does.
Oh, you could be just trying to improve your time, and you could be having lots of success sometimes, and other times you have entire fucking weeks where you're just not improving anything and just keep failing at speedrunning.
Cool guy. Come here, cool guy. I need to give you some more perks.
But yeah,
Cool guy, you are gonna have insomnia.
oh no, I forgot to do the raid thingy, the raid spiel.
Get good, it's good.
No, I'm a poor person.
I give the rage spiel depending on size of raid. And depending on if I've recognized the person or not.
Yeah.
Probably up to you, babe.
But I suppose we'll introduce it ourselves. I'm Tristan, and this is my wife Aiko. We love each other very much, and we want to make a career of streaming, so we don't have to leave each other to go to a job.
Subscribe.
Give all money, please.
Give money, please. Thanks. Alright, now he is at level 7
please
cooling,
take
so
care
I
of
need
yourself,
3
and
cooling.
only give what you can.
Don't lie. Don't lie. Give us everything you've got, okay? House and home. I require it all.
robbery?
This is a robbery. Why do I not have any cooling books? Do you have any cooling books?
I think I got a couple.
I need 3.
You can go steal them.
If you no, it's okay. I'll go buy some from Fat Boy Slim. I ain't bought anything from him yet.
You trying to get what Reptiro Chris up?
Yeah, he's at level 7.
What star rating is he? 4 stars? At 4 stars he hits level. Oh, okay.
Which is weird, because, like, Reptiro got level 8 fire kindling.
Does Reptiro Chris have 2 things it can do?
Mining. Yeah.
Oh, so a point went into mining, whereas Reptiro Chris is probably just fire, maybe?
They do both do mining.
Oh.
I
Interesting.
just got unlucky.
Oh, is it random which job it assigns the point to?
Mm.
I thought it was always,
I thought it was across the board, but whatever. Here, Cougar. Here, Cougar. Here, Cougar.
Who finished Peach Storm on...
Where the fuck are all my pals? Where's the Reptiro, bruh? This is what I'm talking about. This base is haunted.
Yeah, I've noticed that too with the Pal box, just sometimes...
It's not the PAL box, it's this base. Every single fucking time, like, PALs just go missing.
Well, to be fair, I only have one base.
What the
so
fuck
if
is this?
The issue happens at the base, I don't know if it's...
Well, look, babe. Look, come here. Come here. In real life. This is where they went.
What are they all on?
They're on the pools.
Oh, they just.
They never left the pool.
They're all in the pool.
Is that where they keep getting stuff?
I don't know. But, like, this guy, they are nowhere near where they're supposed to be mining. I am so concerned. And then, we've got fucking Raichu over here. Oh, there's Pikachu. Found him. Okay, we got both of them at least. My Reptiro's so confused. He's like, what do you want me to do? I tried to mine, and you don't want me to mine.
It would be good to know if that's actually where they're getting stuff all the time.
Is my plasteel done?
Like, I should go back to my base and,
What do I need for thermal core?
cook more ingots, because they keep going missing for some reason.
Weird.
It is really weird.
So solvent.
Should I submit a bug report about it?
Yeah, corrosive solvent. 2040. Make sure to mention you're on a server with your wife.
On a server with my wife.
And for some reason, my
resource
or-
people.
So like, I think you're gonna need to talk to your wife.
She sometimes says she's going to space, but doesn't tell me what she's doing. It's a bug.
I'm making 20 thermal cores. What do I need for computers? Computers take, I think the computers take plasteel. Let me see.
I think
Yeah,
it
they
takes
do.
some
They do
plasteel.
take plasteel. Okay, so we got enough of that.
The biggest annoyance with computers is honestly the
Carbon fiber, yeah.
because you need the carbon fiber for the batteries as well.
I'm gonna be able to get this ancient furnace up in like fucking no time, dude. I just need to get shit going. I'm gonna put some refined. I want to see how fast he cooks this refined ore, refined ingots. Come here, come here. What are you gonna do? Dude, so fast. That's just him. That's just him. I just set him up to make like 600 fucking refined ingots. And he's already up to 400. And he's making more because I guess the bonus.
No.
Okay, he's done. He's like, I'm so bored with my life.
I love.
Yeah.
Do you have the Neptilius shrine?
I mean,
You haven't gave me.
I actually don't have that shrine. That's the one I need to go to get the
Do you
Velasquez.
have a desert one? Then you can
No, it's
fly
okay. I'm gonna go over there anyways. I'm gonna fly across because I needed that to. Fuck. Damn it.
I've been trying to climb to the top of the mountain, and I keep falling down. There's a kinship peach spawn at the top.
I needed to go there to kill Velasquez.
Yeah.
Guess I'm going now.
I'm crawling towards the fast travel point. Got a minute.
Okay. What killed you?
Full damage.
I see. Like the one point I don't have that's outside of Fabric.
I really should get a glider power that just negates full damage. The celery. Hi, honey, I see you. Take it back. Oh my god. You're tickling my eye.
I am actually going to turn off my mercy ring. I'm gonna take off my glasses for this run
Ooh.
because I'm just gonna fly around and just holy burst everything.
Curious if I can do the Neptilius. Do you want to join?
No. I want to get Corundum.
Let's get some of that as well, and just.
How much? What is my boost right now? Oh shit! I don't have the saddle. Nothing. I gotta go back. It was fine. Glad I decided to check that. Shake it off. I 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 also did not want to bring Cool Guy with me, so. Fellow blocks. The saddle is here. Easy peasy. Maya hee, Maya ho, Maya ha, Maya ha. Would I use a different accessory? I wonder if there's an accessory that increases drops for things.
I returned Victoria. I have killed him.
Proud of you. Did you not want to catch him?
I only had one legendary spear, and then the rest were too crap to even bother.
Fair. Oh, I can't read those.
If I was in possession of a more abundant amount of spheres, I probably would have tried.
I'm sorry you didn't have many spheres. I don't know where they could have gone. Must have been a bug. Must have been the wind. I don't want a scorpion to do this. Why do you guys like that? I just saw Celine come out of the fucking hot tub. But it was like in the middle of a bunch of scorpions.
I do have 3 applied poison.
Too bad. I already bought some and used them.
No, the betrayal.
Betrayal. You get to keep them for your cooling thing. I gotta get more later.
And it can't be helpful.
La, Okay, let's see what we got. Anything that increases drops. Let's see. Damage, 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 damage. Attack.
Hello, doctor.
Okay.
Go with the sketchy surgery, please. Oh,
Huh.
I honestly will take that.
What?
The Jormuntide Ignis that I performed surgery on got remarkable craftsmanship.
Nice.
Not one in my battle team, but I'll take it for it's a really good kindling pal. The base kindling is 7.
That's awesome. Okay, it does not look like I have. I have a giant pouch. I don't. Why is it neat? 50 quality wooden boards. I'm gonna make the giant pouch. I hadn't done yet because I'm fucking lazy. But it doesn't look like any of the other accessories will help me out much.
Minimum to get starved is alpha and
Their increased neutral damage. I ain't worried about it. Alright, let's go fuck some shit up. Now that my Finger of Blood should be working. So the last one I got was 3. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see how many get this time. Four. Do I have to be using it? No, it just says while in party. 80% more.4. I think I just got lucky that first time because, like, I know an 80% increase to 3 is not 4.
True, yeah. Yes, indeed. I think the math checks out.
6.
Ability, and then I make my giant ass furnace. all spells first.
Oh my god, it's nighttime. It's perfect. They're all sleeping. I'm gonna kill them in their sleep. You think you're safe? No.
With the right good chance.
No. My chat's doing something weird. There we go.
Honestly, your island, not your island, but the Sakurajima is where your base is.
Mm-hmm.
Such good bosses.
They give so much XP.
Mm-hmm.
Like, literally, I go kill one thing, and it's like, now my pals are level 68.
Yeah. Do you even have the XP bell on?
No.
Oh, that's just it's insane.
I just got 2 large pal souls from
Nice.
Alaska. Good to know. Doesn't seem consistent, but you know.
It's probably just in the drop pool, but not guaranteed.
Alright, I'm already up to 54 Corlum. How many Corlum does it take to make a Corlum?
I believe it's 2 to 1.
Okay.
Just kill him on. Menacing Terror dead then. My pals are all level 60. So they'll be even higher.
Can do it. What time is it?
Real life it's almost 5. 4:58.
Time says on my thing. Yeah.
What? Take this.
It's in front of my breeding area.
Yeah. Is it really like the oh there it is. 143. So 343? If the
But, and you
thing
said
was
what time is it now?
4:59.
I know we've taken the server down a couple times.
Yeah. And then also the thing might have not registered the change initially, so it might. It should be soon. It is all I can say.
You're over there now?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna stay here.
Well, where I am currently, like, just let me know if they're over there, because where I'm currently doesn't spawn meteors, so I'm fine.
Yeah.
But if you're in Sakadrima, that works out. This would take so much longer if I didn't have this many blocks. Hold on. Thought I heard a lucky, but I might be going insane. This Azure is asleep, but it's moving. Excuse me. You're being weird. Very good.
Sometimes the fishing spot can be sounding like lobbies.
Ah, maybe.
Think about a heart attack.
I'm just here for murder. $76. Oops, sorry. More than that. 80. Apparently I dropped some on the ground earlier and I didn't pick it up. Think once I'm able to upgrade the forge, I might be able to start working on getting that final workbench. But that being said, am I going to be able to use it right off the bat? The answer to that question is yes. I was like, I'm using Celine's. I looked at her stats. I was like, yep. Yeah, it's already 7 and 6. I don't need to breed her. I will. I want to. She's going to be amazing, but she's already good. Stop the people in the world, those that entertain and one that observe. Oh God, why do you keep running away? I will eventually learn to throw a holy burst. Keep looking right down on things. I need to just like anticipate this fucker's gonna run away from me. 94. I have 20 at the base, so that's like 40
do it?
coralum worth of ingots. So 40, so I need 160 coralum.
160 will make 80.
Yeah.
Even just the regular Vitalias are good for
Yep.
XP.
And the good thing about being there too is if you're like, if you need to swap out a pals so you can like level up more,
Mm-hmm.
then you can just go to my base and swap them out. You don't have to keep going back to your base.
Just go right to your base. I think at level 60 is all. If it's daytime and the bosses are up, then I'll swap out. But if it's nighttime, I think I'll just do all the bosses with whatever party I have, or when pals hit level 60s.
Mm. 14. There is a lucky.
How was it just sitting at like max range and you just couldn't tell?
I'm trying to put the glasses back on. I'm gonna get hit. Where's my glasses? Oh shit, I put them away. Did I put them away? Oh, here they are. Sweet. He is so strong. What the fuck?
What is the luck?
Oh, Alaska.
Oh!
Why is he so strong? Like, I hit him with both a Holy Burst and a Full Moon Beam. Those things are one-shotters.
Must have max defense. The only thing I can think of.
I'm looking at his numbers. His numbers are 97.
On defense?
Yeah. No, I lied.
Yeah.
63. What the? I was looking at Celine.
Oh. Yeah, maybe. Level is reasonably high.
He's level 63. But that's just it. All of these are level 63.
I think just the lucky itself would be increasing.
Oh, are you kidding me? You bitch. Killed Celine.
Oh, he killed someone.
Mhm.
Ah.
Get in the fucking ball, go bag. Yeah. I got him, and I got a gathering handbook. He's lucky and a slacker.
Both words. Yeah, it must have been the lucky modifying his stats.
Whoa! He's 3-starred.
Not awakened, but got a 3-star lucky.
Mm-hmm. She's 3-star.
He-
Yeah, she's fucking chunky. Back to base really quick. I need to put Celine away because, well, I don't know how to tell you this. She's dead.
I wonder if it's a bug with like the ascended supply drop.
Damn.
510.
510? Okay. Alright.
510. Oh, you're going. You're giving it in. Okay. I was going over to edit your sign.
Yeah, I was here because Celine's dead.
Yeah.
Although I'm thinking maybe I could break out. I don't know what I'm saying. I could probably break out one of the Yakimos because they also have Holy Burst.
Yeah.
I'm putting 710 and hoping. Oh, I forgot I was working on the Gloopy Primos. That was fun. Perfect time. Oh, lucky and remarkable craftsmanship. Oh, good luck on that good on that Valentail, dude.
Nice. Okay, chest left. Let's gift. Cadillac booty.
Valentail took this top spot in my pocket. Alright, it is a girl Valentail, so we are going to use a boy Gloopy. We just have to figure out what we got. Well, I say we're going to use a boy Gloopy. We're going to use whatever fucking Gloopy has remarkable. Well, I guess we don't have to, because this one has remarkable craftsmanship.
Nice. Oh, okay. I haven't been paying attention to them. You have access to the large toolbox and the mining for increased handiwork and mining, and the mine cart for the mining.
I already have the mining. What was the other one you said?
Large toolbox.
Sweet.
And you should be shortly getting a axe and stump or something like that
Yeah.
for login, but that's
Super worried about that too.
yeah. Login very much is one that is just like you have a shit ton of login with just Celestine on. You don't really need to worry too much. They're good decoration pieces.
Oh yeah, I like them for decoration.
Need one for the bonus, and then the rest could be decoration. Like the fountain as well. Whenever we get that.
Yeah.
That one's a nice one to look at.
You know which one I want for decoration?
Which one?
The flowers.
Oh, the
And that's gonna
flower.
be fucking cracked here.
It's for the
Planting, I imagine.
yeah. Viral English, like King of Waves? Okay.
Alright. I need to see my limiting factor of cakes. 1300. Yep, I'm gonna go pump my chicken and my cow full of farming books.
Cow and chicken.
Mom had chicken. Mom had cow. Dad was proud. He didn't care how. Cow. Chicken. Cow chicken. Sorry, okay, I'm done.
I love my wife. More than should be allowed by the world.
I'll never be the one that won't the mama. I'll never be the one you think someone else.
more powers to get more powers in a beast.
Bruh, look, I appreciate your work and everything like that. Stay out of the ground.
For the last out of one.
Where's the Yakima? Did I bring the Yakima with me? I didn't. I think that's why I didn't use it. So- I'm worth it. To the workshop real quick. Put in
Oh, damn, lucky.
Jessie. I love Jessie so much. She's great.
Jessie is.
Can we adopt her?
absolutely
Oh wait, we
lovely.
did get the adoption papers. We just have to sign them.
Yeah, yeah. I think you did sign them, didn't you?
I don't know.
Did I sign them? I don't know if I signed them.
Alright, I'm making 59 more ingots.
I am not against adopting Jessie.
I want to see how fast he makes that. Oh my god, he makes Coralum so fast too. You are the best best pal for fire. Literally every pal that I've tried putting on any kind of furnace has been so fucking slow. Even if they're good, they're so slow. And by good, I mean like 5. Like I think 5 was the highest one I've had. And now I have 10, so it's obviously a massive difference.
Yeah, you have access to the axe and stump. Stump and axe.
Yay. Oh wait, I meant to unlock those. The toolbox and stuff. Stump and axe is done.
Oh, also the chest to the left of your pelvis is gifted. Gifties in there.
I'd hope it's not what I think it is.
What do you think it is?
I don't want it. I don't want it.
You don't want any of those?
I want the vitality ones. I'm gonna tell you why. Look, come here. You see how these numbers are in increments of 5? My next 2 levels are going into work speed, so that it can stay in increments of 5. Because otherwise it's going to drive me insane. 15, 15, 20, 15, 13? No, I'm not doing it. I can't. Yeah.
You can have the burden one.
then.
Wait a
The
second.
burden one.
Wait a second.
Burden is weight.
I'm confused now.
Hmm?
I only have 1 more level to go.
Yeah.
80 levels though.
You only get 79 points, don't start. You'll have that level 1.
Ew.
Uh-huh.
Okay, well, don't make any more speed things then, I guess.
Oh, I haven't made any. I just get them from dungeons.
Oh.
They're the most common one you get from dungeons.
Wow.
It's insane.
As soon as I hit level 80, I'm putting that 1 point in there. I'm so mad that that's 13.
It is so yuck, isn't it?
Fix your shit. Give us 2 points at level 80, you know what I mean?
It would be nice if they gave us just 2 points at level 80 or made it just even.
Gonna break, break your heart. I'm only gonna break, break your heart. I'm only gonna break, break your heart. I'm only gonna break, break your heart. Oh,
You gonna break your legs.
so, think I don't pay attention to you or something.
Yeah, this effigy. I'm just running around getting all the effigies.
Itchy ear, itchy ear, itchy, itchy ear.
There's 30 of every of the like the extra types they added, except for the like the rare ones. And there's a lot of lip monk effigies. Otherwise I gotta go back up the cliff. It's easy with this and there. Ooh, a
4,
tree.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19.
Yes? Dinner's ready. You're gonna enjoy dinner today, my love. Yes, honey?
I'm missing a duelist knocked.
Oh? Are you sorting by something?
Palpedia number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19.
Is one breeding or in a base somewhere?
It's not breeding.
I feel like at one point you put one in a base somewhere.
I got a Glooby Primo with remarkable craftsmanship. That's fantastic. I'm gonna wait though. I don't think I put one at a base. I mean, I'll check it, but like I'm pretty sure that the one I put at the base was not. I think it's just a regular duelith, not a duelith primo.
Yeah.
Not a duelith primo. Duelith not. Can you imagine? I would like a duelith primo. Looks exactly like
would
the
be so cool.
looks exactly like the duelith, except for it's pink instead of blue.
Yeah, the ranch is just a regular duelist. Weird.
I starred all of them too.
You did.
3,
Did it have
4,
bad
5,
stats
6,
and you
7,
decided
8,
to
9,
switch
10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. No, because they all have bad stats.
it? Weird. Okay, I'm gonna go to dinner. Gotta put the beer out back. Eating food thing up. Anything. It's not saving.
Please no. This is annoying. All of them are leveled up, like these down here are level 1. Yeah. No, I always put 12 out because it's not a big deal. I mean, basically what's going to happen is the next time that we get a batch of them, I'm just going to keep one.
Yeah, yeah.
Anyway. Well,
Okay, dinner time, guys. I'm going to go have dinner. I'm going to mute self.
We'll be back in like 20, 30 minutes at most. Once we get to chatting with my mum.
back. I ate dinner. It was good. It was pasta. Pasta with miote sauce. Trying to make it sound fancy. Pasta with meat sauce. Okay, so this. Daka. Nice, that one's really good. Alright, I need to keep one of these duelist knocks. Nope, 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 no, 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 no. Oh, lordy, these are all terrible. It doesn't help that I'm breeding the remarkable craftsmanship. Whatever, this one's gonna be a really hard worker. let me go ahead and
One of the good things about breeding just for remarkable craftsmanship is if it gets it, it doesn't matter what else it has.
it does.
You can put any other.
It does if I'm trying to make it attack harder.
Oh, true, yeah.
If it's a base defender one, that's.
There, I added ferocious on it. It's ferocious. But it has the option of being a base pal, I guess. Has the option of being a warrior or a base pal. That one's multi-talented.
Oh, hello,
This
Lucy.
is why I need to name my crew.
If I'm parenting, it's just because I gave up this thing.
We are really fucking out of shape. Okay. I'm gonna look. I'm gonna look up. Okay. Give me a group name for duelist Nocts that are warriors.
What's good? Aika. She's very good. I love her very much.
The Nocturne Legion, Obsidian Guard, the Umbral Order, Nightfall Knights.
I don't mean to brag, but I got kissies last night.
I like the Umbral Order.
And I also held her hand. Actually, no, I do mean to brag.
Umbral Order. 01. Umbral Order 02.
Taking my magnets.
03. What, babe?
We're taking my fishing magnets. He wanted to take them off the bench. Someone's taken, I'll put them into storage.
05.
I can see my little
These three. Do you have a good sleep, Lucy? Ooh, ooh. Oops. That's good. That's good. Yeah. Gonna do a run of Terraria's dungeon.
Okay. I'm naming my Umbra order, and then I am gonna also, one of the things I have on my list is do
Was that the duelist?
yeah.
Nice. That's a good name.
Yeah, I asked ChatGPT. They're really good at coming up with names. So one of the things I need to do is do the arena again to get 50 more points so I can get Serenity.
Yes, yes. There's a few good ones in the arena. If you can manage to beat Master, you get 100, I believe.
I don't know.
Oh, it might be 50.
I assume I'm gonna brute force that bitch.
Mm-hmm.
13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
So you're wanting to grind the life elixirs, aren't you?
All of them.
Oh yeah, eventually everything, but Leafy elixir.
I just need all sorts of kinds because my army is like fucked up in all sorts of ways.
No, I meant like for your personal stats.
Oh yeah.
Cool. So if I get any life crystals, I'll give them all to you. They work as a remedy, so only one level.
Okay.
In, that's still good.
Remember, Umbra Order 20 is a multitasker.
Life crystal there this time.
What should I name my Gloopy Primo?
Ooh,
I
ooh,
think I
ooh.
liked Gummy from last time.
Gummy is a cute name for a Gloopy Primo. Just a Gloopy in general. For Primo, even better. One Pale CA Live Crystal in this one. Gummy, Grupo.
I got this one in here. She's got 100 defense.
I thought of another name.
Hmm.
Haribo. But I feel like that would be better on a different
Like a boat.
yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna go kill a little Lylene if that's okay.
That's more than okay. You don't have to ask me for permission to kill them.
I don't know if you were still actively killing them.
Nah, no. Mostly just just that once I was doing.
Why did you kill Lulu? That was not what I asked you to do. But I really did use some experience. There you go. Now Gloopy's level 61. Gimme. You let know to say sorry. Your body. Okay, get a girl, a boy, and then we can squish the others.
Yeah, return to base, dump all the resources, and then effigies.
Alright, I put the Gloopy on the mill. Oh, she's perfect. It's perfectly sized for that job. Look, she's so cute. Alright. I'm gonna go ahead and grab that. Tira and Reptera crysts are done. Philister knocked. Okay, that's what I need to work on now. This pulled up, see if there's anybody that can breed with in the base currently. Philister knocked. Needs to breed with Celestir and Kitsune knocked. So Kitsune knocked, because we know we have a Kitsune. We know we have a Celestir. Kitsune knocked breeds with Nyafia and Kitsune. Do we have a Nyafia or a Kitsune? Babe, do you have a Nyafia or a Kitsune?
Yes, and yes. Do you care about anything or just having them?
I need. Okay. I need either a Kitsune or a Nyafia. Which one would you? Which one's better?
I will let you know.
Or which one are you willing to part with?
$196.34 Kitsune, female, or
It doesn't matter because basically the other one's what I'm going to work on trying to breed. Let me see which one would be easier for me to breed. Nyafia.
cool.
Nyafia?
If you want a female Nyafia, I can happily part with one.
Okay, so if I want a Nyafia, then I gotta get Kitsune. Green slime and Ophidia. I think I can pull that one off. Green slime plus Ophidia equals Kitsune. Okay, let me see.
I've got 137, 100 Nyafia, if you want that.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. I'll go grab it in a minute.
I'll
Once
go
I
put it on
figure
the
out what
range.
gender my green slime is. They're both girls. Oh, this one has Serenity. That's nice. Not super necessary, but nice. So I need a boy Ophidia. That's a weird combination.
What are you trying to make?
A Kitsune and the Kitsune and the Nyafia are gonna make a Kitsune Noct, and then the Kitsune Noct plus the Celestier are gonna equal a Celestier Noct.
Ah, yeah. Oh, yes. Yeah, yeah. You're on the sellers there, not.
Yeah, I need 2 Celestier Nocts. You guys are out of cake, huh?
Do you want vampiric on a?
No, 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 no. I'm getting the stats from the Ophidia. That's why I didn't care.
Okay, okay. So the female Nyafia is in the ranch at the very.
You put somebody else in the ranch, didn't you? I never went to the ranch to get whatever it was.
No, you were gonna put something for me in the ranch.
I wasn't. Yes, I was. I forgot. Then get my. Oh, it was a Reptira. Okay, stay there.
Okay.
Assuming I still have the Reptira, which I probably do, because like I'm pretty sure the whole reason I have it is because it needed to get squished and it did the squishing. I'm picking you off, yeah.
Curious how much money this build made.
It doesn't have working on it though. It just has Serenity, Downtrodden, and Patient Vampiric. So, but it is 2 stars. So.
More than fine. More than fine. Thank you.
Hot damn. For the police and the fireman, I'm too hot. Hot damn.
That's amazing.
Give them cake. I think they have cake, maybe.
Is
They have cake. They don't have cake, which is fine for now. I'm gonna not give them cake until they're done here. Do we think this slime is gonna fall asleep? Probably.
maybe.
Work harder. Work faster. Give me a fucking egg. I only need it to be male and have remarkable craftsmanship. I'm not picky. I want to see if I can breed babysitter onto something.
Ooh.
Okay, so let's see. Anubis as a parent. What do you make? Something that fits the vibe of this base. I could breed it with a Gumoz to make a Battalion.
You could, and Battalia with the babysitter is amazing.
Basically, I want it to be something that's already going to be at the base anyways.
Yeah.
Because Anubis just isn't the vibe. So, I'll do it after I get the, I'm going to keep that page up so I remember.
I'll see how that Repturo can go wherever he wants to.
Uptown, funky woo. Uptown, funky woo. Uptown, funky woo. So, uptown, funky woo. Uptown, funky woo. Uptown, funky woo. So, uptown, funky woo. Hey, so jump on. Let 'em know. Dance, jump on me. Saturday night when you wake up, don't believe it's right. Alright, we are breeding. We are getting ready to hatch our first Kitsune.
Nice,
I really need to
nice.
open that last somewhat. Lenny, where are you? I think it might be this one. The Trust of 10 might be it. But you just can't be with me like this anymore. Hello. I know that you love you boys, sweet puppets, the boys, so. Okay, let's see, let's make a sign. Get Anubis babysitter onto Battalion with Gumoz. Is there anything wrong with my current Battalion? Wait, is there anything I could breed it with to get Battalion that I have remarkable? Ingullet and Gumoz. I need remarkable craftsmanship. So if I go catch some Pingullets, Unless I have a Gumos with remarkable craftsmanship, I will check. No, I don't think that's the one I was using at the time. Alexa, what time is it? Alexa, what time is it? So an hour. Alejandro, Alejandro. Well, I guess I could technically breed it with this one. Just breed it back with this one. Yeah, that's fine. Just gonna go back here for a bit, and I'll come back. Just for a couple minutes.
Okay, yeah, so regular Jormuntide Ignis. It's completely fine to be a fire pal as well. Which you can do it now. It's really small and it's nice.
A regular one?
The regular size one.
So
yeah.
you're starting to see the perks of having regular size things versus alpha too.
Yeah, for base stuff.
Oh shit.
Alpha, better for combat.
Or that glasses back on.
They do more damage. They got better stats, but you don't need stats at base. Anything that happens at the base, stats are not necessary.
That's what I was talking about with visual clutter and stuff like that. That's why I swapped those duelits out for the little boys. You know what I'm talking about. Mimogs.
Yeah, so much less clutter. The duelist.
I still have a duelit there, but he's doing mining at the ore thing, at the ore site.
Yeah.
And I don't have a lot of them. Right now, most of my miners are scorpions. But only because they're like pretty small.
It is really nice, but they're just smaller.
I say small, but like, I guess they're pretty big. I could go all small technically, and it'd be really reduced visual clutter, but if I was just going for small, it'd take a lot more to have more books to put in them. Okay, hear me out. Okay. A patch or update where if there is a long form attack, there is a certain length that it will go for, right? You always do it, right? Totally fine with that. But if the pal that you are actively attacking dies, then it stops.
Oh, that could be interesting.
I'm thinking the only downside is if you are using an attack to defeat multiple pals at the same time, like a group.
Yeah, like the beams if it's hitting multiple.
I would like maybe another button to stop the ability.
Yeah?
Because, like, under normal circumstances, you wouldn't want to stop the ability. But
No.
there are going to be certain circumstances where it's like, okay, like, I don't need to sit here for the next 10 minutes while your beam goes off, because that bitch died in, like, 2 seconds.
Hmm. I guess that's the advantage of like putting on like lower damage but quicker attack abilities. You can just kill
Yeah.
little things, no problem.
See, I see you found some new emotes.
Oh. Ooh.
Is it perverted?
Some of them, yeah.
Is it, like, too much?
It's the
I would say, I guess, if they're on Twitch, they're not too much, but, like, Twitch can't, like...
some of them get through. That one's too much right there. That
I got worried. I looked over real fast.
the second, like the 3 that he sent, and then the like the rainbow one below it, the same emote. It's tag is Gasm. It's like a head gal.
Yeah, I see it. I see it now.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's not too bad.
It's not too bad.
I just want to make sure, because some people like put like swinging dicks on emotes, man. Just walking and like swinging dicks all over the place. I'm like, ew.
Some people really do, who just like. What am I down to? 6, 12, 18.
Amazing.
Feel bad. Get your defense on.
Go.
Feel bad. That's 20.
Oh, why? Okay. Sure. There we go. Wait.
Yeah. Which is auto like detection for things.
The best. There's
Not
someone
the best.
jacking about like what their big streamer too. Oh, jeez. My jam. Also, not my circus, not my monkeys. You do you, boo. As long as you're not bringing it up into my chat.
Mm-hmm. There are some that get through that are literal porn. That I've seen. It's very uncommon for someone to do that, but it's like, how get through? How get through?
I thought you said how get through, Sensei.
Okay, go, Sensei. Theodore Toro mounts are rather common.
They're fine. I
But
don't care about those.
Aito is the best toe.
Aito is best hoe.
It's such a funny emote type that you found. Oh yeah, I've got some guys in the desert.
30 computers. 30 computers needs 60 circuit boards. So I'm gonna make 57.
Meme emotes are funny, but like I feel like meme emotes. If you're a channel that functions off of having meme emotes, that you gotta cycle them very quickly to keep up.
Yeah.
With the current trend.
like the Pedro one.
Yeah.
Like I see like there's a bunch of lizard ones and Pedro ones, and it's like the Anya sus face.
Mhm.
If you're gonna make a sus face, that's fine, but it's gotta be a sus face that's like one that can
That's
keep
relevant, yeah.
going, like like I have a sus face one that's like, but it's not a meme. It's like more like that's just the face you make.
Yeah, and you got
Kitsune,
to
Immortality, and Diamond Body. What the feck?
some of them cycle out fast, others stick around for quite a while. And when making emotes, it's something you have to know. I feel like if you want more meme stuff, having them as like uncommissioned
Yeah.
things like your follower notifications, fantastic. But if you're gonna spend money, it adds up quick.
Yes.
Especially if you're a
I can't keep up. I can't keep up with the cost of having a meme emote every time there's a new trend.
If you're a big streamer though, you can. That's a business.
But yeah, okay, so like I can see how people would be like, oh, that's funny and relevant, so I will subscribe so I can use this funny and relevant emote. And I'm like, oh, that's really cool for now, you know. But I don't have one, so it's not like somebody would be like, I need to subscribe so I can use this emote. My best one, I'm like, I don't know which one's my best one. I like all my emotes, but like, I get how some people might not because it's like my face.
Yeah, yeah. There's some channels you can go to where their emotes are just literally Pokemon, and there's people that just happily subscribe for Pokemon. And if Nintendo found them, they would get sued to hell. That's the big issue with having copyright things as your emotes.
God, I don't have no water in ones either. Are you kidding me? How many does she need? I just want her to be like the best waterer because she's so cute.
Like there was this Dark Souls
Oh my
or the
God.
Souls-like game like challenge run and speedrun streamer I used to watch called Yeets Me Mario. And he used to have a bunch of Mario emotes. It was fine when it was small, but then when he actually
Like, look at Fillion. Fillion was good when they were small, and then they wanted to do something with their model. However, that's another thing, too. Why do you want to do something with somebody else's art?
yeah, true. But like, you get why people have like if they're a fan of say One Piece and they want some One Piece emotes.
You can have One Piece inspired emotes. Like I made a Jolly Roger of for me and Tristan if we were the Heart Blossom crew.
Yeah.
You know, I made a Jolly Roger for us, what that would be.
That Luffy emote I have, it's like a fan art thing of Luffy from one of the channels I follow.
Yeah.
I have it as an emote because
It's
I'm
inspired.
not big. It's inspired. Like it's gonna be one of the emotes that drop off at some point. It's not a permanent emote.
When I first started streaming, I did have some cinema roll emotes.
Yeah, when you're small, when you first start.
Not cinema roll, my melody.
But if you actually want to make a career out of it, the best decision you can do is to not have any copyright or things that might even come across as copyright things.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you can get into some legal trouble. It's just best to try and avoid that. But yeah, the Yeets Me Mario person had a bunch of like Mario on there. But he could keep their channel name because his name is Mario.
Oh, yeah.
But he had to change all his emotes.
Back to the workshop. Still have a couple minutes for those hatch.
Even if you know you are in, like, you would win, quote unquote, a legal case if you were to get sued. These companies are happy to sue the small guy for pennies and just get him caught up in a shit ton of legal fees and scare them. They're happy to do that, even if they know that they have no grounds. The legal fees that you need to fight it would be too much to justify fighting. Every time someone says someone to me, asks me, I don't know how to answer, or it's feels me, I just respond to this now.
It's a beautiful note.
It is Luffy from a specific scene where, after Robin joins the crew, and they're interrogating her because they can't trust her, and Luffy's just messing around, and
He puts
and she puts her hands on his head to make him look like Chopper.
he just goes, I'm Chopper.
Like,
It's so funny.
literally from the first moment Robin joins the crew, she is amazing. But you can completely understand all the reactions, and that's something I don't like about the live action. Is it's, well, at least from the first episode I saw, and then the trailers and things we saw from everything, it's just less emotionally there. It's more emotionally blunted and dull. We're skipping some of these moments where people are being goofy.
And it's also cheap looking. How am I supposed to take her seriously later during that one scene?
I will say, out of all the, like, season 2 clips we saw things of, Robin's outfit is probably the best, but that's not necessarily a good thing. Everyone else looks cheap and happy.
Her ability also looks the best. I like how they made it to where she looks kind of sensual with it.
Yeah.
She's like playing with
She is
her.
supposed to be, like, a sexy lady. But I feel like they went too French with her.
And her attacks are kind of Frenchy.
Oh yeah, all of her attack names are French. Like, the character's supposed to be French. But they leaned more into, like, the like the what's the word I'm looking for? You see, like, old like movies with French people, how they're like a really stereotypical, like, sexy, suave, mysterious kind of French. Which it somewhat fits with Robin's character, but, like, her accent doesn't sound real. It sounds like a fake French accent.
There are some scenes, now you know I love Robin. There are some scenes with her that I feel like she's kind of devoid of personality, but it's like, it's just because she's comfortable. Like the scenes where, like any scene where Luffy says something, let's do something stupid, and she's like, okay, with a smile on her face, she's like, okay, let's do it.
Yeah. I genuinely don't know if the actress playing Robin is actually, like, French or not in the live action. But I feel like even if she is, she's playing up the accent. Just like they do with like Australian people
Legitimate.
Oh, I think I can stream. I was stream.
PC.
Oh. Oh my god.
I'm building the ancient furnace.
That's amazing.
Just in time, because hot stuff and cool dude are already ready. Cool guy, sorry.
At about midday, you have an event you're going to? Ooh. Is it choir?
Hold on. I don't know if I want to build this here. Oh, shit.
Oh.
I just don't want to put it here instead.
Five, hello.
Hi, Five. How you doing?
Good to see you, Five. What is this?
If bits are pennies in the US, does that mean they're like fractions of pennies here? Taking it lunch break? Wait, hold on.
I still get 1 cent USD for a bit. So it'd be like,
That'd be the more. Never mind.
it'd be more than a cent,
I was thinking of it backwards.
yeah. Yeah. Taking my lunch break. Ooh.
Nope, I don't want to hear.
What's on the menu?
I like
for
that I
lunch?
get this thing partially built and then I just, like, nope, don't want it there. I start thinking.
Have to finish finding where this effigy is and then... What is this dog? Number on a pepperoni stromboli. Ooh. That's salmon?
Sounds good. No, it's like a... I still don't really know the difference between a stromboli and a calzone.
Oh, like a calzone.
I
Okay.
like a calzone. I don't know what the difference is. To be fair, it's not like I ate a lot of strombolis or calzones.
This one. Apparently there's also another one which is... Oh? These are one of the ones that I'm not sure if it's actually here or not. It might be in a different area.
Alexa, what's the difference between a stromboli and a calzone?
Oh.
I see, I see. Okay, okay.
So,
Calzone is like folded the pizza in half, and stromboli is the pizza's made inside the dough, so it's not like necessarily in half. It's the way it's made different.
so have a very similar flavor profile,
Yeah.
just be like how it's made.
Yeah, but it's got the same flavor as pizza.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Where
Oh, Where's cool guy? Come on, cool guy. You got your job now.
This is one that I don't believe is in the right marked location. Not the one below. It's in the-
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Look at them go. They're fucking ready.
One you try a drunk guy, the other a family man.
Look at he's there. Look at them. They're so cool. Oh, actually, this one's cool. Ooh, hold on. Do we want to fix? Yeah, let's continue currently. No, we want to do this. Let's do the Sorlight. Go Sorlight. Oh my God, they cook it so fast. Look at them go. They're teamworking. Look. Oh my God. It's teamwork.
I hope your day at work's been good so far.
This is what I wanted. This is my dream. Look at them. Look at them. Oh my God. I love this.
I wish it was a German type group.
Yeah, right? So you could do this
Because
too.
I would have tried a German type group, yeah. And I gotta find something else. I don't want to use the Reptilo combo, but that's it.
Yeah. You can if you want to. It's really cool looking. It's really, and they're so cute. Oh, they're so cute. I love them. Okay. You want to see if you can find another like fire ice combo? I'm gonna look that one. Okay.
I know there's Van Worm and Van Worm.
What pals have fire and ice variants? Yeah, but like I don't really necessarily like all the flyers being around either.
Thank you, Five. I hope you have a good round 2 and you survive. And, enjoy your.
Okay, Fox Sparks and Fox Sparks Christ. What's wrong with you? What is wrong with you, Mimi? She's like Jolt Hog. I'm like, excuse me.
Ah, yes.
Oh, I have one perfect for you.
Oh.
Ready?
Yeah.
Chill it.
Kill it and chill it, England.
Yeah.
I could.
Then there's the.
That was one I was thinking of.
Mm-hmm. The chill it would be perfect for it, and they'd be even cuter if you think about it. They just don't fit the vibe of my workshop.
Yeah, they would be very cute.
Do it.
Doing the kid inside.
Okay, so what do I need now to make this? AI cores, 20 bio batteries. So 20 bio batteries.
These spots are going to be used for probably these guys. Ooh.
I cannot make the AI cores in this machine. I'm gonna see if I can get what I need to make the AI cores and come over to your base. Although that does assume that you have the upgraded.
I do not have the production bench to make them.
I want to make that because it'll literally just be here for like 2 seconds, and it's fucking Coralum. We are gonna have to teamwork that bitch. We're gonna have to teamwork it because neither one of us want that.
I'll just double team it.
Yeah.
I've got 30 Coralum ingots currently, and I need 50 to make it.
I have 0 because I just used it to make the thingy.
Let me see.
I can help get some. Or I can let you borrow my dual or my Fingalope. It's dependent on what you want. Do you want me to help you or do you want to borrow my Fingalope?
I don't think I'll take. long for me to get them. I could fish them, I think.
Oh, that's right, you can.
Yeah, I just need to get a fishing pole.
I think I've got probably. So we want remarkable
road.
craftsmanship,
have that.
immortality, serenity, and insomnia. What am I trying to get? I don't even fucking remember anymore. Oh, I guess it doesn't need insomnia. It's a knot. Doesn't matter. It's gonna read with it anyways. Immortality is annoying.
Doesn't it happen as a road? Where I caught one at some point.
I suppose maybe.
There it is. That's a road, and then I get the. Do I have a star jewelry? Yeah, jewelries.
If you need to use my furnace, you can. They're pretty cool over there. The hot and cold. Ugh, and I still need workable Selines. Like hard-working Selines.
Well,
Alexa, what time is it? Alexa, what time is it? 40 minutes. What'd you say, babe?
trying to find where they decided to put my fishing magnets. I made 100.
Oh, I think I made some. I just or saw them. I don't know. I either saw them or made some. I do not remember now.
Why are tomatoes in this?
But there's still eggs.
What are these fishing magnets blasted? Look. They're my consumables. Did they put them in my my food shop?
Why would they put them in your food truck? They're not food.
They're classed as consumables.
Are they?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Then just not classed.
Different
as food,
kind
but-
of consumable.
I swear it should. Oh, maybe this chest. No. This
Why
chest?
does this one have 2 stars on it? Does this Duel of Knock randomly have 2 stars?
What is this chest? No. No. No, it's not for gay. Copy that one. Crafting goods. No. Enhancement items. Nope. Other materials, other consumables. I would assume it's this one.
2, 3,
But
4,
no.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16,
Weapons, no. Weapon armor, accessories, ammo. Nope. Definitely throw that ball there. No, no.
dark egg, which is going to be a kitsune knot. After I get my Celestia Nox, then I'm going to breed the Anubis with a Gumoss.
Oh yeah.
Does my Anubis have remarkable craftsmanship? No. Do I have an Anubis with remarkable craftsmanship?
Build this, and this will tell me where it is. Yep. There's 100 somewhere in my base, don't know where. But I made the thing that lets me take them anyway.
I'm gonna go see if I can't catch a Gumoss with remarkable craftsman.
Oh yeah?
I just have to find my Yakima.
What are you trying to get him for?
To breed with my Anubis. So that the Gumoss and the Anubis breed together a Battalia.
Oh.
And I can have remarkable craftsmanship and on a Battalia with babysitter.
Yes. Oh, that would have been amazing, Talia.
Yeah.
I need to get the Azarib saddle, because apparently I don't have that yet.
Doing the thing again where I'm blind. No puppies. No puppies. No puppies. No puppies. These are, oh, there you go.
Look everywhere to get what I need. Well.
We got Immortality Diamond Body. Yeah, let's go with this one as the girl. This one as the boy.
Yeah, finally I can go and get the Harlem. I only need 40. Only 40.
You got it. It won't take no time at all. Do you want to borrow my Fingerlib Lux?
No, that won't help with salvage with fishing.
Oh, right.
The fishing will be very quick.
Okay, good.
Probably be like 4.
I don't have water. I mean, I kind of do, but I don't. Okay, I gotta find out where the Gumoss live.
Oh, immediately 2 tail reverses. Amazing.
That's awesome. I'm gonna need to do that soon. Gumoss live in like the real starter area.
Yes. Yeah. Literally, by the just the starting line. I need more of their leaves.
Leaves?
Like the Gumoss.
I have some,
thing.
but I'll be trying to catch some, so I'll get more for you.
Thank you. I just need a few before the research and planting.
I see. We want the flowers.
We're up to the flowers. We just need.
Ooh, that makes me happy.
You could potentially even start it at your base if you have
I can't start it without you. Like, oh, you're talking about start the research. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if I have the papers. I'll let you know. Gonna try and get a Guma.
Oh, you can just go to my base and start it once you're done with the Gumoth catching.
Hello, Gumosh. Will you please get in this ball for me? Will you please get in this ball for me? Thank you. First one.
Nice.
Wait, hold on. I have to see if it's a girl or a boy. I don't know. I catch it. Doesn't matter. You got a power. Doesn't matter. You got a power reverser. Hold on. Wait. I needed more. How many gummy things do you need?
Fission's actually pretty good for giant Pal Souls. I keep getting 2 in the salvage each time.
Good to know. Come back, you little shit. Husband needs Guma's feathers. You know what?
I genuinely don't know what it's called. It could be twig, it could be leaf, it could be feathers. I don't think it's feathers.
I don't think it's feathers. I think it might be leaves or stem or something.
Yeah, it might be stem. Stem cells. I wanted stem cells.
So far, I've only got the one with remarkable craftsmanship, and that was the first one I got.
Oh, that's all you offer, right?
Yeah. Try to get another one for you. Or not for you. I don't want you. I don't know if you care about having a Gumas. It's called a Gumas leaf.
It is. I'm not fussed with.
No, I'm getting you the leaves.
Oh, the leaf. Okay. I am fussed with that.
Slacker.
I do my best.
Not you. Glutton. I'm just insulting the Gumoses.
You really are.
Slacker. Fucking glutton. Fucking mind formant. Sorry.
Oh my god, imagine being a foreman in a mine. Not a ladderman. Demon God on a gangling.
Imagine not being the demolitioner. That's the Toko Toko. He just goes in the mine and he's like... And then he dies. They go through employees quite quickly. Logging foreman. Am I really only getting like... I don't think this is 40%. Thickly. I've literally only got one with what I wanted on it. And I'd understand a little bit more if like Swift was also on it. There, you got one with Swift. But
There we go.
I don't really care about Swift.
Yeah, I'm just getting unlucky a little bit. It happens.
Be unlucky that doesn't sound right.
Okay.
How many leaves do you need?
Give me just a sec. You probably have more than enough. Power batteries. Need more of these. It was only like 5 or something.
Oh, okay.
It was in single digits, but like more is better because more research uses the other researchers in a tree also use it. just for the flower beds, just like 5 of them, less than 10.
Okay. Well, then I'm definitely good. I'm gonna head back to base.
I'm just making the computers and the coralum ingots I need. Terminum. Okay, and then this will get me the computers I need. And then I need the bio batteries.
I have 13. You said it's 5?
Probably. It's less than 10, I know that much. But I think it's 5.
Still gotta do the crushing one. See, planting.
Yeah, and planting, it should be on the left 3.
It's 5, yeah.
Nice.
I'll go give them to you. Actually, I'll just give you all of them.
That works. We don't usually really use them for anything else.
Yeah.
My dormant tide is currently working on the crushing.
Doesn't matter where I put it. I'm just gonna put it in the gift chest.
Yeah, gift chest is fine.
That's probably where they would put down.
Time for me to steal all of the insert what he was looking for here.
Yep, other consumers. That the gift chest is where my magnets were put. I was wondering if they'll put in. Actually, why didn't I just do this? Unveckle. Veckle. You can put them in the chest.
What'd you do?
I'm gonna private it off though. Maybe.
Well, if
I
you
usually-
private, I can't get in it, right?
Wait, I could put a. Probably not, yeah. Thank you. Also, my love.
Mhm.
If we go up here to. Very certainly down in a moment. I'll just sign them to finish it. If we go upstairs
Mhm.
and do that, and then I'm standing that way. Can I tell?
Nice.
And this will be able to make the AI calls.
Good.
Literally going to exist for long enough to make the AI calls, and then
Yep.
how many calls do you need?
5.
Need a lot of computers, which means I'll need a lot more carbon fiber.
Evening. Dr. Brown, I want to see if you can update, if you can improve Gemini. I like doing it to random pals. Not ones that I use. It ain't that risky. Is she better? She sucks. Why are you gonna make her eat all my food? No. I'm sorry, Gemini. She has 0 health. She was so good before. 0 health now. Oh, lordy, lordy. I like how I was asking Mimi about fire ice variant, and out of all the options she gave me, it's a long list, a longish list. Out of all the options, literally only 2 of them are fire ice types.
Wow.
She said, fire variant, Fox Sparks, fire. Ice variant, Fox Sparks Crest, ice. Fire variant, Pingullet, water ice base. Ice variant, Pingullet question mark, no fire counterpart. Why mention it? Fire variant, Jolt Hog, electric. Ice variant, Jolt Hog Crest, ice. Fire variant, Mao, dark. Ice
you
variant,
able-
Mao Crest, ice. What?
Are you able to bring 50 Sorolite ingots? 10 computers.
I can bring. Yeah, let me see what I
It's
got.
most of the Sorolite ingots because I don't have the ancient furnace yet. I can't cook them.
Oh yeah, yeah. Are you trying to make the workbench?
AI cores.
Oh, you need 50 for the AI cores. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I got you. I'm going to my base as soon as I remember where it is. There's.
And they also take 5 computers each.
Yeah, and they take 50 Sorolite to make the workbench. That's why I was asking. I thought I was like confused. What do I need the 50
Oh.
Sorolite for?
No. Yeah.
Trying to make the workbench before me. My bitches have been here. They've been waiting.
I'm gonna need a bunch of flame organs.
What do I have? Let me guys. How would you guys cook?
Put on that.
Hold on a minute. Where are they? Are you guys taking a bath? Oh, we got the cold one taking a bath. Where's the hot one?
I'm just short on the flame cores to be able to make the
Oh
rest of the
my
computers.
gosh, I hate this.
I can check the RAM.
I had such a cool base. And it's pissing me off.
That they keep getting stuck in the hot tub?
No, they're not. It's not just that they're getting stuck in the hot tubs. They are literally not fucking. They're just getting stuck in general. I don't know where they keep going. They keep disappearing.
That might be enough flame organs. Okay, with those. Yeah, okay, I should have the flame organs to make. So it's just the Sorolite you need to bring. I can make the rest of the computers.
Now I'm trying to get him to fucking. Which problem? Which problem? Why are you just standing there now? Let's fucking go. I'll carry you. I'll carry you, don't worry. Since apparently you don't want to work. Are you? It says his current task is idle. I'm so confused. Oh my god, that was so fast. See, that didn't even update. When I came in here, there was no fucking Sorolite made. Now it's done.
Yeah, it doesn't update until you touch the chest sometimes. It's annoying.
What do you mean touch the chest? It was in the furnace.
Ah. Killing the furnace.
I think this base is broken. I might need to rebuild this base somewhere else. I love it. It's such a pretty location. I'm so mad.
It is such a lovely location.
Oh, baby, how was I supposed
Yeah.
Do you want any more Sorolite? I'll give you 100 more so you can I'll give you 100 more so you can make one for yourself.
Oh, it's payment? Thank you.
Yeah, because if 50 Sorolite to make the cores, it also takes 50 Sorolite to make the workbench.
Yeah.
So then I can give you 50 for more cores and 50 for the workbench. It's an extra 100. I'm giving you 150. Just something. I don't know.
Okay, cool. Everything for the cores is currently waiting for you. To bring the sword line. That's it.
Okay.
Let me look at what I need for this. More Corolla, more computers.
Okay.
So
The ancient furnace won't be hard.
Yeah. Thank you.
okay.
after five AI cores. This is how slow they make.
When I'm like you, I lose my mind. Give me a sign. Hit me, baby, one more time. Okay, so I'm thinking. Okay, so here's what we'll do. When this is done, start a workshop. Start a workbench like you're gonna make it, like you're gonna craft it. Okay,
Yeah.
and then I'll take it and then I'll drop the soil light. I'll cancel it and then I'll drop the soil light. Because I have soil light at my base. The only thing I need is the other stuff.
Nice. That is a smart idea.
Downside about the workbench is you're not going to be able to help.
Yeah, it's the only downside. Means it's still probably worth having a production line. So you can make small things that don't need the help of cows.
It's killing me now. Don't you know I still love you. Kiss me, baby, one more time. I feel like I also made the computers and everything. I think I really just need the AI cores.
Yeah, probably. My biggest issue with computers is I need a ton of flame organs and...
Yeah,
to
I'll
make
drop
them.
the computers for you then.
No,
No, I
can
have.
get-
I already made them. You're already giving me the AI cores.
Thank you.
The AI cores are super fucking annoying. I know they are.
Yeah, that's probably gonna get taken by someone, but someone... I'll just take it.
Alright. I know.
So... Take a second.
Okay. Making more computers.
Bio batteries.
Oh yeah. I also have bio batteries, so I can get those back too. But literally the only thing is the AI cores.
There you go. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go get you some computers.
This is my eye.
Put your eye away, disgusting.
Horrible. She thinks I'm ugly.
Yeah.
She's right, I am an eyeball.
Okay, I thought I had more computers made. And what else am I getting you? Oh, just the computers, right? Computers go. Did you guys just stop making the computers? Okay, well I don't know where they went, but I got 12 computers for you.
Cool. Yeah, that saved a lot of time.
Sorry.
Computers are really annoying. Circuit boards again. Circuit boards easy to make. I've got a shit ton of stuff to make polymer. Let me pick up my.
I could have sworn I made 50 of them. That's why I'm annoyed. Not 50, 30. Maybe I made them for the thermal cores earlier.
Probably yes. Thermal cores not require computers. A little bit annoying.
Workbench is so nice.
In relation to this song, you are the great addition to the greatest addition to the story of my life, my love.
Thanks. Same for you, babe.
Let's go! I'm at an addition, not a subtraction. Yippee!
See how they look at the table. Why do you guys stand so far away from the table? Do you guys hate it? Are you allergic to the table? Oh, you're eating food. That makes sense. But you like, ugh, gross. Stand back.
And back in the turtle.
So clean. Come with you. To drop off these computers. It's not many, but it's all I got. Now I can make everything. There you go.
Thank you.
Go.
Also, flower bed is done.
I'm gonna need beautiful flowers on there.
Ooh. Can do the stylo next as well. The stylo will be done soon.
Oh my god, this looks so cute.
Oh, the flower bed is lovely.
Yeah, I do need beautiful flowers. Okay.
Oh, here you go, my love. My love.
What? No, you don't have to give me red flowers.
No, you can cancel it. I've got like 50.
I haven't made any. What do you mean cancel it?
Oh, never mind. I was gonna build one and then say you can cancel it, but yeah, that's right. You live next to beautiful flower.
I'm like, I'm good.
Oh, this is a lovely flower plot, Dad. I wonder if painting it, like if you can paint it and
I
then
don't think
like
so.
change the flower color.
I don't think so.
Yeah. It takes a surprising amount of time to build. Yeah. Only structures in the foundation and storage category. It's still pretty though. That is pretty. Mm.
Surely one of these eggs will have what I'm looking for.
God, look at this. It's a pal they supposedly can't catch in the wild.
Are you at a Frostallion knock?
No, I'm at the Elphidron Aqua. Ooh, daddy.
I have some nice.
Is one here.
There was something I was trying to stop breeding, okay? Surely in this group you have given me something that I need. Okay. I'm gonna go over to the workshop really quick because I have been meaning to make the beta wave generator and I keep forgetting. Alpha wave generator? It's one of those. Alpha. Circuit board and corrosive solvents.
Resting. You're up. Where is this one? Is there a cave or something over here?
I wonder if it works with me too. Do you think it'll help improve my sanity?
They put the sanity skill on.
Yeah, I'm gonna put the alpha wave generator here. Maybe it'll help improve my sanity. I'm
Maybe.
going insane at this base. I get it. I get why everybody's going crazy at this base because people just keep disappearing. I'd go crazy too. This is so clean. Look at those things I can make. Everything. I don't have to think about what bench do I need to make it in. I can make it in this. Awakening crystals. Oh, my heart is happy.
Has to be a cave somewhere. That's the only explanation.
What do you mean?
There's a Lithmonk effigy somewhere where I am.
Oh, I see.
It's up. Well,
AI core, 3 AI cores. I think maybe I might be able to work on that. Six. Well. If I get leveled up, it's going to be way faster. And it's not slow right now. I just stopped working. Who stopped working? Oh, someone decided they needed to eat, I guess, in the middle of work. It's probably because your bottomless stomach plus mastery of fasting. Yeah, okay, I guess we'll see which one won. Eating is good. For her. Specifically. But this is the side with the handicraft, and this is the side with the medicine, it looks like. I will stretch. Oh. Thank you, thank you. I'm gonna check on the Kitsune Nox, see if I got one that I want. Then I gotta breed that with a
Oh, really?
what? Celestier.
The Lithmonk effigy here
Mm-hmm.
is literally. Is it? It's glitched through a wall.
Is it the one that's under a rock kind of thing? No, I think that was a chest that I found that I couldn't open.
Yep. See it if I look through this wall.
Oh wow.
I reckon, like, see it and it breaks a hidden wall. Under a waterfall.
Wow.
Like a tree here. You literally got to glitch through the wall with a mouse.
Take this bitch and move her out. Oh, that's a really good Nyafia. Damn.
Oh, I glitched through the wall, but the wrong wall. That Nyafia I gave you?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is pretty decent.
Got a
I
female
can see it and glitching
Kitsune.
through a wall, but the wrong wall.
Got a Celestier. Should be in here somewhere. There, do we have male Celestier? We do, with Positive Thinker. And this is female.
I was wondering if it was like in a cave or something. No, it's literally glitched through a wall. What a crazy default location. And I glitched the wrong way, but get up here. Stand anyone?
Alexa, what time is it?
I'll glitch above it somewhere and fall on top. And glitch into this rock. That's a racist version of this song that I that I've heard before. It is, I want to be an Indian, so friggin' bad. Yeah, trying to glitch through a wall to get this effigy is gonna be interesting. I know you can, the YouTube video I used said they used a flyer, but that's kind of difficult for me.
Flying around Sakadrima. Because, it's past the time for us to get a meteor.
Try going in a dungeon and leaving a dungeon.
I came to Sakadrima just now. From, it goes somewhere else, did it? No. What is that?
Oh?
There's a work symbol, and I don't know what that means. What is that? Oh, it improves the salad improves your work speed. I see.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh?
Huh.
No, I almost got through. Oh.
Through what?
Through the wall to get to the Liftmonk effigy.
Oh, jeez. So we did a lot of resetting the server. I will say, and I don't want to jinx it or nothing, but we haven't had a raid since we did the whole reset thing again.
We haven't. You're right.
But if that's working, then the 2-hour thing should be working too. But I don't know if it like restarts it from 0 once the server's reset.
Maybe, I'm not sure.
But then, what time did I reset the server?
We had one after you reset the server. And that's the time you have currently.
Okay. So if it's not here, it might still be on the 180-minute timer.
The only thing I can say is to go into a
Go into a dungeon and come out. Is that what you did?
yes, yeah. Anytime it's been late and
Be aggressive, you can be aggressive. Kill whatever the fuck you see. I don't give a shit. Be aggressive, be aggressive, be aggressive, be aggressive.
so stupid. I genuinely think it's something that they forgot to remove. Celestia is in there. If we can just get into a spot where the Celestia will pick me up.
Okay.
Think you'll be able to take it, Bushi? Or Ryuma? Yep, you're definitely not good at fighting things in the sky, are you? That's his blind. Oh, there we go. He doesn't have any attack now, gotta wait for him. Oh, like, now he's down. He's like, he'll come down if I throw dark balls at him. He came down just enough to be caught on fire. If he'd just stayed in the air, he'd have been fine. Fauna, what are you doing?
Dun, dun, dun. Get me out of this bowl. Alistair, why are you digging wood? Alistair started mining.
She's trying to work. She's trying to help out her family.
Literally got a glitch in the right spot here, and it's hard to get into the right spot.
You're very
Just looking at
focused.
this wall.
You're so determined to get that.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's funny.
I must get them all.
Gotta catch all the Lithwooks. Gotta catch them all. To my workshop. I have computers, so 15 computers, so
I wonder if get a smoky because it's lower down. I might be able to mount it when I'm
maybe. I would say if you're gonna low down, that's gonna be probably Yakima.
Oh yeah.
You can't ride a smoky.
Yeah. I can ping.
Yeah. Well, you have
Like I get like partially there.
5 computers, 10 bio batteries. H-I-M-M-M. Born this way, baby. 2 circuit boards or 10 circuit boards. Tell me when I was young, we are the superstar.
No.
I don't know what I'm making. I started making it and I just don't fucking remember. I know I'm making AI cores. I just realized I'm making one AI core. Three. Baby, I'm on the right track. Baby, I was born this way. No matter what, I'm on the right track. Baby, I was born this way. Don't Cool guy is missing. Jesus, I'm gonna have to find a new place to build this base. It's such a disappointment. So we can reverse the two.
I guess through up here, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Would let me in.
I don't really try.
In a wall above it. Can I drop down into it? Maybe. This is looking good. Where am I? Where am I? Where do I want to go?
15.
Right here?
But baby, you were born that way.
Okay. This is the wall I need to get. Okay, that's a different way to get in, but
Oh, I just remembered what I was working towards.
there's death. Almost got that.
Baby, I was born this way. I was born this way. I was born this way. I'm on the right track. Baby, I was born this way. I don't know where my pals have just disappeared to. This place is haunted.
This rock I think I need to get through.
I'll see if anybody messages me on Discord about it.
Currently in a rock. To get through another rock, but this is harder. Too high up. It's only an
Oh,
easy one to
shit.
switch through. This is not the one I need to get through. If you look at another one that I can glitch through here. I don't think I can get through any of those ones. Need to go down. Here was the most successful, I think.
While remote working, when a pal can't pathfind to their task, they just work in place.
This one doesn't like.
I doesn't think anybody said anything. Oh. Where the fuck did he come from?
Where did he come from? Where did he
No,
go?
seriously.
Where did
Like,
he come
I
from?
looked down and I was trying to find somebody to talk to about, like, in the Discord, check in the Discord to see if, like, I could figure out where the hell my Reptero came from. And then boom, he's just there. I looked back up and he's back. Where were you? I looked everywhere for you. What the fuck? I'm confused. Let's see how long it takes them to make 3 AI cores.
Yeah.
Oh, it takes a minute. Oof, AI core's sick.
I put this rock on the right here. I've done it before.
These guys made it up here, but somehow they can't make it back, so now they just work from the hot tub.
Hot tub. Yeah, that glitched it? Oh! Maybe? Get through here, this is not the right side. We get through this side. Trying to glitch through walls is weird.
Yeah.
I've almost got it, like, I got like, I know which wall I have to glitch through.
Mm-hmm.
Just I just keep glitching through the one next to it, which is easier to glitch through wall.
Right.
At least up at this point. And here.
See if any of these 3 are good enough. Got it. Got it. Sweet. I'll go ahead and put these in there, and then, but take them out.
I wonder what climb this tree from the inside. Oh, it's because you're all three.
This big boy. Let's go ahead and put Anubis and the Gumals. This Anubis is a boy, yeah? It's a boy. Do we have a female Gumals with Remarkable? I can go somebody's sex change if needed, but... Okay, it's female, thank goodness. Let us say hello to the lovely couple, the Gumals, and this Anubis. Need remarkable craftsmanship and babysitter. A bonus would be vampiric and diamond body, but not necessary. Is that Anubis has 4? All the Anubises I got had 4. I don't think the Celestiers need.
Oh, I got third.
Good!
Oh my
Oh my
god.
god. What a stupid Lifmunk effigy.
Good luck
Like,
getting out, though.
I'll get an out easy, just roll through walls.
Okay. Babe, does Celestier not need to sleep?
No, it's a dark town.
Okay, cool.
What a stupid friggin'. Oh my god. I need to clip that.
Meow. Blanket got all discombobulated. Alright, your name is going to be Midnight. And their name is gonna be Space. The entirety of space. This is okay. Garden. The wind is cool and they come home. They call it butterfly. Take me away, a secret place, a sweet escape. Take me away, a secret place. Alright. Put them at the workshop. I'm gonna feel like a pretty place to build this workshop though. I liked it, too bad. build a place that's less haunted. Thankfully, it doesn't seem like they're disappearing forever, just an annoying amount of time.
Yeah. I can mark this stupid one off. Mark collected. If you are wanting help to get that effigy, I am
I'm
more
not
than
gonna,
happy.
I'm not even gonna fuck it. I'm not gonna fuck with it.
That is fine.
Alright, now I can make my bow. My mechanical bow.
That's your endgame bow, isn't it?
The only thing to make it better is if it wasn't just normal.
Yeah, if you get a legendary recipe, which we can grind that out
Yeah.
once we.
I'm not worried about it right now.
Yeah, just having it is already a massive increase. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like that must have been an effigy that was a remnant from when that wall didn't exist,
Maybe.
and I just got to remove it. It'd be cool if they deliberately added it in a spot that's a possible to glitch to location, just for people that are determined enough.
Maybe. Silo development is complete.
The what?
Silo development is complete.
Oh, cool. Technology. Silo. Silos, yeah, the silo is the planting speed, the flower bed is the gathering speed.
My bow. Sweet. I would like some arrows to go with my bow, please. I forgot that every one is 10. So I made like a lot of arrows. Yep, that's what I wanted. I wanted to go to
Ooh.
sleep.
Yeah.
That is bad.
Is it up? Here.
So I'm getting an upgrade. My damage is going from 1,265 to 20,000. Bit of an upgrade.
Small upgrade.
Small upgrade.
I think it might be doing 1 or 2 more damage. I need to lower the volume of the music. There's a lucky near me, and I can't tell if I'm getting close to it or not. With the music up that loud.
The thing is like I feel like I'd love to set some kind of priority because if you for the transporters, because I have 2 chests running around there, right? And they all keep going. They both keep going to the same place to gather things. Yeah? Did you know ore wasn't being produced at that base at all because it was completely full?
Huh.
It was completely
Ooh.
full, so they weren't making anything. They were just standing there waiting until it was empty, but the transporters weren't taking it.
Nice. Lucky Bron Cherry.
Nice.
I believe there is where the Land Ball effigy should have been. I'll go south to Hot River. I am so happy about that stupid effigy.
Good. You worked real hard for it. You deserve it.
Thank you. There's a couple of different spots where I think it's possible to glitch through, but some work better with flyers, and I managed to get through one that, you know, I could from a seller's deal.
Did you know that if you're playing Ark and you go through the ground, they'll ban you? Well, if you're streaming it, if people find out that you did, they'll ban you. Like streamers and stuff like that, to be really careful to not like build
Why?
going under the ground and stuff like that, or wind up like under the ground because it's cheating.
Huh?
I don't know if they're still like that, but it used to be like that. Where streamers had to be really careful not to show themselves accidentally underground or something like that, because if they did, they get banned.
That's
Not
just
from Twitch or Ark.
Yeah, but again, that's just poor game
There were
design.
holes
You're-
all over the place, bro. There were holes
Yeah.
all over the place.
That's like covering. What? Why would they be embarrassed that they actually did not cover up all the holes?
Why would they be embarrassed?
Yeah. Like, it's common to glitch through walls in survival games because they're just not perfectly made. Which pushing through the wall isn't cheating. It's...
It is an arc, especially if you're using it. There's PvP mode. So like people use it to glitch under the ground or something, and then
Oh, that's bullshit for like um if you're gonna do PvP. But if you're just like on a single player server or something, or on your own server, just doing things.
all right, let's see.
In fact, they should probably be, you know, tanking them because they're showing where a hole is and they can catch it.
Funny.
Hmm?
Funny.
Funny?
It's funny. The idea.
The idea that they don't ban people for...
No, the idea that they thank them. I love Wildcard. And I hate Wildcard.
you love them for the game they made, you hate them for...
They're not great. They're not great.
Yeah.
Their game is amazing. They are not great.
Stupid in the sound of it. Like, straight up, if you ban someone for finding a map glitch where you can get under the map, then you may as well just ban everyone and delete your game because it will always exist.
They tried making other games too. They made a pirate game, but I don't think that did very well. I don't even remember what it's called.
Is that why they made like the Ascended version or whatever?
Maybe. Capitalizing on...
Capitalizing on their only success. It's just...
Oh, I got my final level, it looks like.
Especially if you're playing a game where you can mount creatures, it's so easy to glitch through terrain.
My work speed's maxed. Oh my god.
Nice.
It's fixed. Babe, it's fixed.
What's
The
fixed?
problem, okay? So you know it's 15, 20, 15, 13, 15?
Yeah.
Come here. I'm going to show you how it's fixed. Come here in real life. Look how it's fixed. It's look at it. No, look at both of them together.
It's leaked.
It's leet. Okay, that's fine. That's better. That's acceptable. That's acceptable. However, now I have to figure out where to put this 1 point. Which ones are the hardest to find, do you think?
Might is the hardest to find.
Cool. I just put
Both the lotuses to craft them and to actually get them in as rewards.
Lucy's like, I'm not sure. Thank you for your input, Lucy. Let's see, girl, we need them, boy. We ever need to breed trash.
That one. But yeah, like the logic that Wildcard was going on is they submitted a game to bug testers, which is the public. Quality testing is the public because
I don't want to talk about it anymore.
okay.
Sorry, it's weirdly making me nauseous.
That is a weird thing to feel from it. Nausea.
Mm. I think it's just talking about something stressful and it's bringing up a lot of feelings.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
You're fine.
I think it's a pick your battles kind of thing. And like right now, it's not really relevant.
No, not really.
I could make a Celestial knuckle saddle if I wanted to. Yeah, okay, so I'll go do all the effigies, the Relaxosaurus ones now too. Apparently I had 3 out of 3 of them. Of time will never go out of style. Go, Gumas, go. I almost said
Didn't get up
Anakin.
here before.
Huh?
Trying to figure out how I got to the top of this before, and I don't feel like I climbed up something this vertical, but I have the waypoint up the top. Ah, yeah, this side. Anakin.
I am gonna pee. I'll be back.
Go, my love, go. It already I thought I would have if it was up here. Yeah, got most of the Lambles. I might go to the Ferrari dungeon again. Get more, hallowed bars. Oh, actually, I'll go back to my base. Pick up eggs, put in thing. Out of, oh? Hang on. Oh yeah, I used them for the thingies. Do I have any guys that Did Jesse scream at Aiko while Aiko's not here? So it's accidentally laid down in bed. Nap time for me. She did. Oh no! Okay, that just means this Jomantide Ignis is now a bad one that's just gonna get turned into juice. That insane broken to stop raids.
Good stats. Ooh, really good stats. Um, body. And body. Much price. 3 block. Okay, so I've got 20 now. These two can lose remarkable craftsmanship. I don't have Serenity, but for now I will put Impatient on them. I want to build this. Don't plant. One can build building. Let's go back here and just introduce all these. Hey, honey.
Hello.
Welcome back. You got what?
I said thank you, thank you.
Oh. Well, you said you got something.
I did not.
I've got some bad news.
Look. I got 2. Babysitter plus remarkable craftsmanship right away. Damn, I thought that was going to take a little bit longer.
That's really nice.
Yeah.
I've got bad news, my love.
Oh, shit, what?
Raid.
Really?
On my base, but raid.
What the fuck is even happening?
I just think that setting might just be broken right now. Maybe it's Neutrado servers coding on it. Maybe it's Pal World. But at least they're all spawning across the bridge, so that's nice.
Apparently, every X amount of time, there's a chance for either a raid or a random visitor with further chance to be one of the legendary vendors. It's just RNG, so it disables merchants too. But I don't care about that.
Also, while you were gone, Jesse tried to jump scare you, but you avoided it.
Haha.
If I go back over this way to where I was.
Supply drop. What time is it? Alexa, what time is it? Yep, it's every 3 hours.
It's still okay, so it might just be a Trado stuff. I wonder if the code's supposed to be multiple lines, but it just glitched as one line and doesn't do anything. Might not help it. That's the case.
I'll message Nitrado and see. I don't want to join their fucking Discord.
No, you just message the support. West. Going west. Get on that section. Top of that hill, maybe? It's over here, somewhere by this hill. There it is. And then I can go south and go across here. I knew you were trouble walked in. Big one, it's not here.
chat happens, like direct it towards Tristan because I'm trying to message Nitrado.
Lucy has said welcome back. So far, that's all that's happened.
Okay.
I will keep an eye out. North for this one. Oh. That's definitely not meant to be there.
Okay. Your power world settings might not be applying because of a world options save file on your server. This file overrides settings from both the web interface and the INI files. Here's what to do. Stop your server completely, back up your current files via FTP, navigate to your power world save folder, and look for world options.save. Delete or rename this file. Make your raid and supply drop changes again in the web interface. Restart the server. After removing world options.save, your INI settings should reapply correctly. If settings still don't apply, check for the common company if you did. Okay.
Okay. So it just seems to be a world settings weird thing.
Let me get the right passives on this battalion.
Yeah.
And then, like, get yourself to a point where we can, like, close, because...
I'm literally just running around getting effigies. I can go back to base whenever.
Oh. And if they have a boy, this is a boy or a girl? This is a boy. I'm gonna gender change it.
Gender bender.
To yoink that one because it's got 2 stars. Insomnia, work slave, serious. Insomnia, work slave.
We should probably have the shrines marked. No, not something you can tell. Our bosses know.
Natalia looks like such a good babysitter. Okay. Go kill Laline, because I've been trying to get this battalion. I got that up. And then... And he's thinking that he's gonna get lucky right now.
Down this side of it.
Do you have a power verser?
Yes, there's 2 in my base.
Okay, I'm going in.
My.
I need my battalion to be a girl, otherwise I won't be able to live it myself.
You know where my surgery table is?
I'll find it. I assume it's near the breeding thing.
No, it's right by the
Squish it.
research.
Huh?
Right next to the research thing. By my
Oh, I see
monitoring
it.
stand.
I see it.
Yeah. I have been intending to move it over to like the squisher or the breeding area. Actually, probably the breeding area, but just I haven't yet.
Okay, this one to be Dahlia. Trying to think before we eat you.
What is that? Implode. Okay. Got a normal skill, a neutral skill for implode, which is actually amazing. I am wanting to put implode on something and have like a heavily armored, like no damage build going on. Skill group check.
One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 3. I wanna swing. Alright, I'm gonna get these eggs out and I'm gonna. Alright.
Return to title.
OBS and click up. Nope, not dinner time BRB.
Don't do the
Server things.
Admin.
Thanks. Put the game.
This one can be.
Stop server completely. Alright, let's start there. Stop server. Okay. Then it says back up your current files via FTP. I will pull up the FTP.
I want to fully restart my game just in case there's. Well, save the cloud just in case.
Yeah,
there's
I
any...
definitely want to back shit up.
Yeah.
Connection. Continue. Why would it do that?
Bonnie. Bonnie, where are Bonnie?
The fuck? I literally. Oh my god, I had this pulled up. I'm so mad.
Did it end it?
Oh, here it is. Okay, good. Close that. Okay, server's fully started. Stopped. I'm gonna pull up CyberDuck again. I thought you were laying in bed. I was like, babe, what are you doing? Honk shoe, honk shoe.
Honk shoes.
What are you asking for, bro? Already connected, so I'm very confused why it's trying to get me to connect again. But whatever. Download. Alright, it's downloading the whole file, so you're doing local save data level. Lots of save stuff. Continue. Continue. Okay, open. Go to download PAL. Saved. Save games. 0. I can't read that. There's Notepad++. Hold on, maybe don't. Okay, navigate to your PalWorld save folder. Back up your current FTP. Okay, did. Navigate to your PalWorld save folder and look for world options.save. Okay. So it has already been downloaded and changed. Save game 0. What's today? 25th. Options.save.
If I go to this. Okay.
I'm gonna rename this file.
Apparently it's not playing anything. Okay.
I don't know what game. Well, I guess it's that one, isn't it? You know, remove it entirely. Stop your server completely. Back up your current files via FTP. Navigate to your PalWorld save folder and look for that. Delete or rename this file. Make your RAID and supply drop changes again in the web interface. Okay. Delete.
Okay, so that.
Delete. Okay. Later.
Okay.
Config file. General. Thousand. Save changes. If I start the server.